Gracious God, we thank you for this morning. We give you all the praise for the grace to be in your presence. We thank you, Lord, because we got here without any accidents or any problems. And we say may your name be highly exalted for that in the name of Jesus. Father, we pray that as we're about to begin, you come and start with us. You help us to understand. You help us to move forward. We pray for our speakers that as they come up here, they speak eloquently and people are able to understand them in the name of Jesus Christ. We ask, Lord, that you come and guide us from the opening to the ending in the name of Jesus. For in Jesus' mighty and wonderful name I have prayed.
Thank you so much for that wonderful prayer. So guys, I would like to pass this less than an hour. Follow Decode Benin and send us a DM. Who knows, you might be the lucky winner. Thank you.
So we'd like to invite the convener for today's event, Doyin Adeyeye, for her opening, her welcome speech. Let's keep clapping, she's ready.
Right. Hi everyone, good morning.
Bonjour à tous.
How are we doing?
Comment est-ce que vous allez?
Don't worry, the energy will get up as we go. This welcome address comes directly from my heart to everyone here, and that's because where everyone is sitting today, years ago, I once sat there.
Ces salutations viennent directement de mon cœur, et cela parce que vous êtes aujourd'hui à une position où j'ai été il y a environ 1 heure moi-même.
Years ago, I was sitting exactly where you are. I walked the same halls, felt the same heat, and carried the same heavy weight of uncertainty. I was a software engineering student in this beautiful country, but I felt like I was looking at the tech ecosystem through a locked window. I remember the long bus ride back to Lagos just to find a community that spoke the language of industry. I remember feeling that my degree was a piece of paper, that nobody told me what to study, but didn't tell me how to live, how to build, or how to thrive. I promised myself back then that when I find my feet, I am coming back to build the bridge I never had. Decode Benin exists because your potential should not be limited by your geography. We are here because you shouldn't have to leave home to find your path. We are here to turn that locked window into an opened door. And our theme for today, as you can see, is beyond the degree. And it means whether or not you're a student of computer science, whether you're a graduate of business, you're a problem solver. The industry doesn't pay you for what you memorize for an exam. It pays you for the value you can create, the decisions you can make, and the strategy you can execute. Today, we are not just looking at tools, we are decoding the thinking behind the tools. So whether you study STEM or the art, the ecosystem is wide enough for your brilliance, provided you are willing to look past the certificate and start looking at the solution. I know the temptation. We see the success stories on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and we want that senior role or that dollar salary tomorrow morning or next month. I'm not guaranteeing you that too. But a sustainable career is planned for and engineered, it's not stumbled upon. Starting small is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of wisdom. Because when I started, as many people know me, I was not global PM. I was a student with a laptop and a lot of questions. I had to learn the art of patience. I had to understand that growth is a system. Your time, but consistency gets you paid. Your network is your infrastructure. The people sitting next to you today are the future professionals of the Francophone market. So don't just chase the next paycheck, chase the next skills. Wealth is the byproduct of value. So if you focus on being indispensable, the rewards would find you. It doesn't matter if you're starting from your dorm room with a cracked skin or a background that has nothing to do with tech. If you start small but stay intentional, you will grow strong. Today is a high-intensity roadmap. We have CEOs, leaders, and professionals from communities and companies across the country and the world. I have one request. Please don't just be a spectator. Be a participant. Ask those stupid questions. Join the Slack communities. They would help you. Look around this room. This is the new Benin Republic tech ecosystem. And we are here to decode the secrets, bridge the gaps, and engineer a future where every single one of you is job-ready, globally competitive, and financially literate. My name is Ali Doinsola Deyeye. I'm a senior product manager at one of Africa's largest fintechs, founder of Decode Benin, and I'm a living testimony that you can start right from here in Benin Republic and go anywhere in the world. So let's get to work. Welcome to Decode Benin 1.0.
All right, Adedoyin, thank you so much for that wonderful speech or address. Thank you. And now, moving on, we have, who's our keynote? Our first keynote, we'll be inviting our first keynote, the first speaker. All right. Our first speaker for today is Akin Tunde.
Notre premier intervenant pour aujourd'hui sera Akin Tide.
Please, let's read his bio.
Okay, our next speaker coming up is Mr. Akintunde Opawale. Akintunde is a seasoned product leader with over 12 years of experience building and scaling technology product across Africa, Europe, and the United States. His international career serves as head of product at Vox Technologies, where he launched the commerce platform that scaled at 7,000 plus merchants and 8 digits monthly revenue within 6 months. At Nextel Labs in Spain, he drove the vision for omni-channel solutions used by the global brands like Versace and River Island. Previously at Sidmark Technologies, he led enterprise digital workflows for institutions like the Central Bank of Nigeria, generating over $1 million in revenue. An AIPMM certified product manager with an MBA from Business School Netherlands. Akintunde is a product analytics professional through Product School, Africa Tech Talent. He is currently the head of programs and partnerships at Product Dive, Africa's foremost AIPMM accredited product school. Today, Akintunde joins the Decode Benin stage to share his expertise on engineering a real tech world. career that transcends the classroom if your hands are not too busy. Please give a clapping ovation for our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon. In the afternoon, right? No, we're in the morning. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I'll wait for the slides to come up before I go on so that we can keep track. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here. I would just like to ask a few questions just before we begin so that I can have a sense of the audience that are here. And I also like to crave the indulgence. I think this is very important for those who are seated a little bit at the back, to move forward, that we can engage properly. Can we please do that? Yes, please. Please, let's fill these seats. Please. There are so many empty seats right in front of us. Okay, so I'll ask a few questions now. How many of us are university undergraduates in this hall? Can we raise our hands? I want to have a sense of, so that what I want, please, let's feel free. You can get something out of this. You never know. Please just raise your hands. Okay, so we have a good number. So how many of us are graduates? Of course, aside our speakers. How many of us are graduates? You're done with school. Awesome. Okay, so it's a mix, right? Awesome. Okay, great. Still waiting for the slides so we can start. Okay, so while we wait, let's just try and engage. So let me ask another question. How many of us in this room are currently doing something in tech? Okay. Please, awesome. Okay. How many of us in this room are looking to do something in tech? Maybe you're not in tech yet, but you're looking to do something in tech. Okay. A few hands here and there. Now let me take it a step further. How many of us are looking to earn in USD? Oh, okay. All right, awesome. Okay, good. So the good balance. So this way I can have a sense of how to approach our conversation, right? I'll try and make it as practical as possible and not make it keynote. Zach, how many minutes more? 5. Okay, so what do we do within these 5 minutes now? Okay. Let's do a bit of problem solving. Let me put on my program management skills right now. So let us do a bit of problem solving. And we had an experience yesterday when we were coming into Benin Republic. And I remember that we stayed at the border for about 3-4 hours, right? And I remember that we were told that our driver, our pilot, was delayed by someone because, there was a paperwork. How many of us in this room have had to cross between Nigeria and Benin Republic border? And you've been delayed like that for hours, right? Good. So have you ever thought of what the solution could be to reduce that friction of that? So let's start, let's do a bit of problem solving. And if mics can be passed at this point, I think it would be a good idea. I would like someone to please tell us what you think the problem is, the major reason for that delay. Because think about it. If you travel at airports internationally all over the world, at every point of entry, you don't spend more than 20 minutes max. In fact, the only reason you'll be there that long is 2 things. One, maybe a long queue, all of you on the flight, right? Or you have a problem. That's the only reason you would stay that long. So how many of us in this room have thought about the problem, what the problem could be? Any volunteers? There's a microphone at the back. Okay, Naomi is raising her hand at the back. Let's give the microphone to Naomi.
I think it's lack of information because a lot of people don't know what they should come with to the border so that it goes smoothly.
Okay, how many of us agree with what Naomi is saying? She just made a valid point. A lot of people do not know what to come with to the border, and they get to the border and then they have issues, they are delayed. Any other person, do you know any other problem? Any volunteers? Okay.
For first-time travelers, I think it's corruption because most policemen start asking for handouts and bribes. So for first-time travelers, they don't really know if to give or not. So corruption is my problem.
Okay. We've identified two problems, corruption and lack of information. Any other problem? Oh, we have another volunteer.
I think for health aspects, there's a particular card you have to get, yellow fever card too. So, because if you are to get that vaccine, there's a particular code that they give, and at the border, like they literally have little or no service provider. So before they will generate that code, it takes longer.
Okay, 3 problems. Oh, someone.
I think that a language barrier can be a problem too, because people who don't speak English most of the time will get lost in the airport also. So that is a part of a personal problem too.
Awesome. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So we've identified about 4 problems. I think in our case yesterday, I do not know what the problem was, but I do know that we came with practically almost everything we probably should have. Now, for those of us who are residents here, or who school here, or who live here, is there any solution that is solving or tackling these problems? Have you seen any company, any software, any immigration, anything? Okay, somebody has his hands up here. Thank you.
Okay, I have not seen provided solution, but I have one in my head.
Oh, great. Let's hear it.
If we can have a train station that moves across country. Now, whomever will board the train crossing the country must have a passport. If the passport is stamped before entering the train takes you from Benin Republic across the border through a different road into Nigeria to a particular train station where you can enter a bus to your location.
Okay. Thank you very much. What's your name, sir?
I'm Jacob.
Jacob. Thank you, Jacob, for that. So your solution is from the approach of the mode of entry. I think this is very important. And this is what we do as product builders or product managers, solve problems. And what we've all identified in this room, if you leave this room today after my keynote, I want you to go back and go think. I'm going to talk about how to do this. Anyways, my session is going to be a very practical session. There are slides, but maybe I will stay away from my notes and make it as practical as possible. But I will say this for sure, that is money on the table. If somebody can solve it. It might be hard, it might be a little bit long, but trust me, if you solve it, that is money. I have a friend who is a startup founder back in Nigeria. Is making, is doing very well, but it's in immigration. Most people, when we think of, for my session, again, I think I'll be very practical. When you hear tech, everything is not fintech. And I think that is a myth we have to bust. Most people, the first problem you want to solve is financial problem. Yeah, it's good. It's probably almost oversaturated now. But there are problems around us. And I just showed us one. And that's immigration. And you will not believe it. Do you know how many people pass through a border every day? And when you build this solution, you could either do it, depending on the government, you could build it for the government and get your money, or you build it and it's decentralized. There's one arm for the government, and then the users are the ones paying you. All the information, checklist. You could even start with a checklist. You could even make it a free app. Just a checklist. To Benin, Nigeria, Benin, whatever. Just a small checklist app. What you should take, what you should expect, what you should do, what you should do. And even create a community where people can converse. People who have traveled, drop comments, reviews about this. This is what you should do. This is what you should avoid. Instead of people just, Google searching and there's overload of, that's what happens. Overload of information. And that's something that's just an example of what we do in program management, solving problems. Okay? Are we ready? Okay, looks like we're not. So, what other problems did we face yesterday? Food. Did you say food? Yeah. She said food. If you travel around the world a lot, and that's a very good value. It sounds funny, but that's very valid. If you travel a lot, for those who travel, I know for those of us who travel, you will bear me witness. The number one thing everybody misses about home the most is what? Is food. Family. You do FaceTime with your family. I thought she said family. Food that you're familiar with. Exactly, yes. Food from home, right? So food is as small as, oh my God, I'll be sharing a bit of stuff. Okay, you're ready. Okay, no, let's go back. Okay, so I'll just wrap it up. As small, food, how I knew food, there's money in food. I'll give you an example. My startup, my personal startup, I have a startup by the way. We built an app for a bakery. And that's where Boulangerie came in, because our app is called Boulangerie. We built an app for a bakery 2 years ago. Most of you will be wondering bakery. When they met to me, I was like, a bakery needs an app? But when we list, I think last month, I don't know how much that will be in Cephas, I don't know how much it will be in Naira, I'll just give you an idea. Was that I realized that on our dashboard, we had processed for them 8 billion Naira. The app for a bakery. And this bakery is in Port Harcourt, not even Lagos. Not Lagos, it's in Port Harcourt. And then that's where my eyes opened. I said, oh, okay, right. So food are small. And how I got is that the number of people that eat bread in a day. How many of us cannot go 3 days or a week without eating bread? Okay. All right, thank you. So, this has been good. Thank you so much. So let's begin. Okay. All right, so officially I'm starting now my keynotes for this session. All right, I'll try to. So good afternoon, everybody. Yes, and thank you so much for having me once again. My name is Akitunde Opawole, or you can just call me Akin, right? And I am incredibly honored to be on this stage with you here today at Decode Benin. And I want to start by saying something very important before we go any further. Every single person in this room today, as you're all here, you have what it takes to build a career in tech. And it is not something maybe in the future, today, now, this very moment in Benin Republic. And over the next 22 minutes, I will be showing you exactly how to do this through a route called product management. And then when we're done, we're going to have a conversation about it. Let us begin. Okay, so I want to tell you a little bit about myself. I know that my bio was read, but just let me share a little bit about myself using this slide. So I currently lead programs and partnerships at Product Dive. which is Africa's most structured product management school. Also head of product at Vox Technologies in Dallas, Texas currently. And I've been privileged and blessed to work as a product manager at Nextdale Labs in Madrid, where I was fortunate to build AI-powered tools for big retails, like the Versace, River Island, Pepe Jeans, Calvin Klein, and co. I am also fortunate to lecture and mentor the next generation of product managers across the world. And all of this started from Nigeria. Not San Francisco, not London, but from Lagos. And the career I am about to describe to you today, and that's the one that has given me the opportunity to work across 3 continents, it all began with a decision to learn a skill. Just that decision. A decision to learn a skill. So everything you see available on this slide and more is also available to you. And I will be showing you this how. So just before we talk about product management, right? I want to lay a foundation and put something on the table. Just in case you're wondering, if being in Africa or if being an African, limits us to the technology revolution that is happening in the world today. We're all hearing news about what AI is doing. We're all seeing it around us. And I want you to know that Africa is not late to this technology revolution. Actually, Africa is the technology revolution. As you can see, $6 billion flowed into African tech startups in a single year. Over 600 million Africans will own a smartphone by 2030, according to GSMA. And a huge percentage, over 60%, is under the AI. The problems are also here for us to solve. And more importantly, the energy is also here. So what do we need now in the African space? We need people in this room who can turn all of this energy that we have into products. Not just developers, not just designers, the people who decide what gets built, for whom, and why. And who are these people? These people are called product managers. Or, as we like to call ourselves today, product builders. And that is who exactly I want you in this room to consider to become. Next slide, Zach. So let's start. So what exactly is a product manager, or what is, product management? Just in case you are wondering. And I would like to use this analogy. Think of a film director, a movie director. The director does not act in any role. They do not even operate a camera or do the sound, or they don't do all of that. They don't even know how to in certain cases. But without the film director, the film will be, an incoherent movie, which means there will be a lot of talented people working together, right? But at the same time making, a non-coherence in terms of what they would produce. So in product management, the product manager is like the director of the product. So just in case you're wondering, what does that mean? You are the one who decides what we are building, what is to be built, who it is to be built for. And, clearly, every engineer and designer works with you because you hold the vision that they need to be able to build that product. Okay. So, here's a question for you. This could be better. How many of us? You've used an app, and you've thought to yourself, this app can be better. Okay, good. Sometimes the problem could be that maybe the app was slow, or maybe the user experience is tacky, or maybe it was just even simply confusing. And for every time you feel that way, when you use an app, it is called an instinct, and we call it the product manager instinct. So what that means is that you already have the instinct to become a product manager. Let's move to the next slide, Zach. Okay, so here is something, I want you to truly hear from me today, because this is really where your advantage lives. As an African, or let me ask, okay, I want to believe almost all of us here in this room are Africans. So being a product manager in Africa is not harder than being one in Europe or America. Actually, in more ways, it is more interesting. Take it from somebody who has been opportuned to walk across this continent. It becomes interesting because the problems you solve are much more urgent. And I'll give an example, tailors, back then. But I realize when I compare, in Africa, the kind of problems we solve are way much more foundational. Our problems are, and I remember this would make me slide out a little bit. Myself and the guys were having a conversation yesterday when we were at the border. And we said, if we get investments today, what we think about as Africans is different. The problems, you know, when you meet other product managers or product builders abroad or founders, when they are thinking of how to solve problems, they don't think the kind of foundational problems that we're thinking. Most of us here, when you want to build an app, for instance, you're thinking, how do I build this app that you will still be able to work on 2G or 3G? Somebody elsewhere, outside the world, outside Nigeria, is not thinking in that direction, right? That person is thinking of optimization. Imagine, and you are still thinking of making somebody to be able to pay using USSD. For those of us who have been privileged to, you know, travel, I'm not sure I have met any colleague who is probably in Europe or US who has ever thought of sending money using USSD. Have you met anybody? I am not sure, you know. But we are solving problems differently because our problems are much more foundational. So, what makes you better as a product manager or a potential product manager in Africa is because you understand this problem. And you understand this problem not from research. It's because it is from a lived experience. You are living it. It is your day-to-day. For instance, if a product manager in San Francisco was to come here today, or to come to build a solution, he or she would have to do a research to actually understand what the problem is. But for us, we are living those problems, and which means we can solve them better. And you are able to solve them better because you are living in that market. So, I'm saying this to say that your context, being an African, being from Benin, schooling in Benin, or living in Nigeria or Lagos is an advantage already. The person outside Benin or outside, they are not better than you in trying to build the next best app. The fact that you are in this room today, the fact that you schooled in Benin, or you live in Lagos, or you live anywhere in Africa, does not put you at a disadvantage. It actually puts you at an advantage. So, and that advantage is what you would bring into any product team. Zach, please help me put it to the next slide. So, I asked this at the beginning for those who were undergraduates or, you know, fresh graduates. So I want to address something directly to you, because I know it might be sitting at the back of some of our minds for some of us that are here. That's okay, what I'm saying sounds interesting, okay. But you might be asking yourself, I am not a developer. Well, I am not a developer either. Even me, I'm not a developer. I have not even written a production code before in my entire career, my entire 12 plus years career. The closest to production code that I have written is HTML. And I learned HTML in 2002 using, I don't know if anybody in this room, I want to believe somebody will know this app in this room, using Microsoft Front Page. Have you ever heard of an app called Microsoft Front Page? You haven't. You guys are blessed. Or let me say PowerPoint. Something close like that. But you're writing your own HTML code yourself. So I'm saying this to say product, for those who know NYSC, JAMB, one of my former companies where I worked, we were the ones who built the app. And I specifically worked on the NYC app at some point, right? I've been fortunate, even without knowing how to code, lead or build those apps. And Fortunately, was able to do that across the world. And also train product managers across Africa without knowing how to code. So you do not need to know how to code. But you might be asking, what do I need? Right? Is the ability to hold two questions at the same time. Please listen carefully. Your ability to hold two questions at the same time. The first one is, what problem is the real user actually facing? And what I have. Listen to that question again. The most important skill that you need is what problem, which is why we started this conversation in this room with a problem. What problem are people facing, or are you facing? And what is the smartest way to solve it? And I'll use an example. That problem we talked about. Why did I say so? So let me tell you why I said so. I study microbiology. If I move into the health space today, I will build a healthcare or a lab app way a little bit differently because I'm taking skills of what I have studied, right? So if you study geography, you studied whatever, it really doesn't matter. There will always be a place for you to apply, what you studied. So, what you do not know is that whatever the degree you studied, you have been training for this without knowing it. Your degree gave you a lens, and product management gives you a vehicle. Zach, next slide, please. So, let me be very honest with you about these tools that you're seeing on this. Please, let's look at the screen. Because I want you to remove any excuses before it forms in your head. Some of us might be having the need to go learn, so at least for you to start with. And so these tools are free, by the way. Figma is free. Notion is free. Google Analytics is free. Trello is free. Mixpanel even has a free tier. So, and the entire left column, those core skills, they also cost you nothing but your time and dedication. And I think, even though Adedoyin is not, Adedoyin is a PM, so she's probably not the best example. Management. You are actually run a project in your faculty. You could organize a community event and align everyone on the same goal. And that is stakeholder management. You can practice even user research. That's the first one. By sitting down with a friend, just in case you're simple, that's user research. You are asking your friend, tell me about the last time you tried to send money to someone. Or tell me about the last time you tried to send money to someone and it frustrated you. How do you practice user research and empathy? Is by writing down the answers you get. by listening attentively. So, really, from all that you are saying here, the toolkit for you to become a product manager is almost entirely free. And the only investment required is really your commitment to building these habits consistently. So I would advise that you start today, Zach, next slide, and not tomorrow. Okay, so I want to ask a question. I've been doing a bit of ask, but I'd like to. How many of us already use? Okay, good. Oh, okay. Yeah, you was. I will need her. I'll send you my account number. Looks like you're a very rich woman, right? So if you're already using AI today, you know, either with your work or projects or, you know, volunteers, what do you use ChatGPT for or Claude for? Majorly. Mention 3 things. Volunteers? 3 things.
Automation.
Email automation.
Yes.
Okay.
Then I also use it for applications. I automate it for applications.
Oh, agentic workflows?
Yes.
Awesome. Can we give her a round of applause? Okay, somebody's having his hands up, or I've been told my time, but it's not really me. Oh. Please tell them it's not you. I've not even used my time. Right? Okay, please go ahead.
I use ChatGPT most of the time for brainstorming.
For brainstorming?
Yes.
Okay.
And
good.
also for design ideas. And I use Claude for coding most of the time.
For coding?
Yes.
So you code?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, now, thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause as well? Thank you. Now, he has brought me to where I want to be. Now, you use these tools for research, for assignment, for writing. Now, think about using these same AI tools to build that app we just described today. And that is what AI has changed for us as product managers. And I really mean fundamentally changed it. Because it has now collapsed the distance between an idea. You can really think about an idea right now in this room. And by tomorrow, I would expect somebody in this room to have tried to build that app that we just described, helping people, you know, move between the border of Benin and Nigeria. And that is what AI has done. You can now leave this room with an idea and have a working prototype in minutes, or even, let's just say 24 hours. So, as a product manager in Cotonou today, or Benin Republic today, as I would like to wrap it, with a clear problem statement, a ChatGPT account, a Figma account, you can have a working demo in 22 hours. Somebody will say 2 hours. Yes, I mean, a PM who masters AI, and they do this regardless of budget, team, or location. So, this is the most exciting time in history to be starting your career in product management, and I want to think you should start now. Next slide, please. So, just in case you're wondering, how do you get started? For those of us in this room who might want to become product builders or product managers, how do you get started? And I will do this giving you 5 you can speak with. You scan a QR code and they will get you some product management school. Build a portfolio. Zach, what's happening? Build a portfolio. And this is probably the most unutilized tool by us Africans today. So, once you speak to the product team outside and you've, learned the fundamentals, even if you've not learned, it doesn't stop you from building a portfolio. And how do you do this? Pick 2 or 3 apps. And we started with a good example today. We talked about food. We talked about, for instance, let me quickly give us an idea about the food. I'm a Nigerian coming into Benin Republic. I do not know the closest, right? I'm not talking of just ordering food. I'm talking of even thinking. There are a lot of things you can build in between already existing solution. Oh, by the way, for those of us, you might be thinking, oh, there's already an app for that. I can, there's Child Deck, there's... Guess what? Sometimes new products are built by just changing the marketing mix. Not necessarily that what you're doing is novel. Right? You don't have to build something that is new, that does not exist. You could just change from what already exists and you have something new. Time will not permit me, I would have liked. So pick 2 or 3 apps It could even be your university portal. It could be anything. Use AI and do what we call a product tear down. What is a product tear down? I'm sure, do we know what a product tear down is? Okay.
The errors of an application are like putting in things that could be improved about the application.
Awesome. Can we give her a round of applause too? Okay, so good. A product tear down really means looking at a product, you having the ability to explain what the product is, who it is for, what works well, what does not, and what you could change about it, right? So you do not need a job to start this. You just need a clear head and a laptop. And then number 3, get certified. Number 4, I'll just move quickly, is join Product Dive. Like I said, once you meet the team, there's a community. So when I say join Product Dive, I'm referring to the community. Join Product Dive's community. It has over 24,000 members. And you are able to get help. There are also real job opportunities there. There's always, the community manager always shares job opportunities there. And you are going to have the opportunity to meet peers who, who are on the same journey path with you. Step 5, this is the most important part. Apply fearlessly and ruthlessly. I'll tell you this for free. I asked a question earlier. How many of us wanted to land USD jobs? When you want to land these jobs, you don't send 5 applications, and then you get rejections, and you're like, I'm tired. No, that's not how it works. You might send over 300 applications sometimes before you get one. And I'm not kidding. When I was going to land my first international role, I think I had sent over 200. I had applied over 200 times. In fact, I gave myself a target. I was doing 10 applications a day before I sleep, every day. And you also can't be using the same resume, by the way. You can't do one resume. Thank God there's AI now to help you customize your resume to the job. Time would not permit me, I would have shared. Maybe we can talk after. But trust me, you see why I use the word fearlessly? Apply fearlessly. And let rejection be your best friend. You see, rejection mails, they should become your best friend. Don't let them unsettle you. Once you see, unfortunately, there's a way they usually will write this. When you apply for any job, you see something. I don't even read it. And some people would even have the audacity to tell you that to respond and, respond to them and say something like, if you want to be in there, I just even, once I see, delete. There is no time. Delete, unfortunately. You too, unfortunately. Right? So, but I want you to leave this room knowing that you should apply fearlessly. And there are roles for you. They are called APM roles, associate roles, or junior product manager roles, okay? Where you do not require experience. They do not expect you to have experience. In fact, what we do at Product Dive is that we give internship slots once you take some of our courses. You'll be placed in the internship pool, and then you're able to start your career. And you don't need to do this internship physically. You can get to do them virtually from wherever you are, okay? So, slide 10. I'm almost done. I'm literally done. So, just to give you an example, I think I'll be singing to the choir here if I am spending so much time explaining. Why am I sharing this slide with you? Is to give you an idea of what has been built by Africans for Africans, and they've become huge. That's to show you that you in this room, and they started just like you, just like Adedoyin said. They started just like you. They were in rooms like this. I was in rooms like this many years ago. I was in rooms like this. And then you have people, and you've seen products that has been built by Africans for Africans. So, and what did these people do differently? Is that it was the product thinking. They thought about things differently. And that's why I gave you an example that it wasn't like sending money. We already have a way of sending money. They changed it and said, well, how can we do this a little bit better? Okay, so I'm going to move on to my last, I think that should be my last slide. But one common thread all of them had is deep understanding of the African users. And that is what everybody here can bring. Okay? Zach, next slide. I need you to take down 5 walls. This myth that might be in your head right now. You can take a picture of it. Because these are the 5 things I have heard most often from people who want to get into product but are holding themselves back. So the first one is, I don't know how to code. I just literally explained to you, you do not need to know how to. In fact, most successful PMs actually do not know how to code. They may eventually learn it if they choose to, but they do not always start out knowing how to code. What they do know is understanding problems, communicating solutions, and working with people to solve it. And that's a human skill, not a programming language. Number 2 is, you might be thinking, for those of you who are fresh graduates or undergraduates, you need to go do your master's abroad and all of that. Well, the founder of Product Dive, by the way, built Product Dive from Africa. The founders of Paystack built it from Lagos and sold it for $200 million. So your geography is not the problem. It's not your limitation, right? Number 3 is PM roles do not exist in Benin. Well, that is changing now. I did a bit of research and I found out that there are startups growing up around you in Benin Republic today. You could even reach out. You know what's funny? You could reach out to companies that do not exist in Benin, that are in Lagos, London, or anywhere else, and tell them that if you just change or tweak 1 or 2 things, it could actually work for us in Benin or Lagos. And I do not mind working on that project. And before you know it, they could, or any company that has a digital arm, you could literally start with them. So don't think, you have limitations. So the 4th myth is you need years of experience first. Well, like I said, there are programs, APM programs. Even with big organizations, Google and co, they have associate programs that you could start with. And they do not require any experience. Like I told you, I'm speaking from experience because even us at Product Dive, once people take we call it the pivot into product management training. And once they take, my degree is something more than inspiration today. I want to leave you with a plan. And that is this plan. You can take a picture of this plan if you want. This you learn. The book by and do a project is worth solving. Is worth solving. And use AI with Figma, Galileo, and co. And use AI with Figma, Galileo, and co. Of course, aside my wonderful speakers, I've shared anything that you're working on LinkedIn. I have seen people land international jobs because they did a product head out of a company and shared it publicly on LinkedIn. And you can do that too. Okay? Share your work. Put it in the community. We will help you share it. And day 61 to 90 is for you to refine your portfolio, update your LinkedIn, apply, reach out to 3 product managers on LinkedIn and apply. Reach out to 3 product managers on LinkedIn and ask for a 15-minute conversation. You can reach out to me as well on LinkedIn. I'll gladly minute conversation. You can reach out to me as well on LinkedIn. I'll gladly respond to you. So this is all of the runway that you need. Last slide. I think that's the last slide now. Looking at others from the curiosity, your clarity of thought, and the courage to start. 3, the fact that you are here or that you are from here, valuable thing you can bring to a product team. 4, the path is clear for you. Like I mentioned in my last slide, learn, build your portfolio, join a community, get certified. And 5, this is the one I want to close on. Like we say, the best time to start was yesterday, and the second best time is now. So, I have saved these last few minutes if there are any questions. Thank you very much, everyone. I don't know if there are any questions. I would gladly like to take them. And if...
Thank you so much. So we want to apologize to our French speakers. Now, moving on, we're going to welcome our next speaker.
À présent, nous allons inviter notre intervenant suivant.
In the person of Oluchi Chiadika, I'm going to read her bio.
Et dans le nom, il y a Oluchi Chiadika.
Okay. So she's a marketing and growth leader working at an intersection of technology, fintech, and community-led adoption with 9+ years of experience across marketing, operations, product marketing, content, and community building. She has led high-impact nationwide campaigns for leading fintech companies in Nigeria, driving growth, engagement, and thousands of users sign-ups across institutions and digital platforms. She currently serves as a marketing lead at a leading Nigerian fintech where she focuses on scaling products through data-driven campaign, ambassador programs, and community-first growth strategies. Consistently rated personal finance girl, YPYG, a tech-enabled personal finance education platform and community with over 5,000 members. Through YPFG, she simplifies money, investing, wealth building, using practical systems designed for everyday people navigating digital financial products. Her career sits at the overlap of how people adopt technology, how they make money, a perspective that shapes years of building fintechs, community, launching products, teaching financial literacy at scale. She has spoken at over 150 events, including 30+ in universities, and her work has been featured on platforms such as Arise TV, Smooth FM, Piggyverse, The Coco, and The Guardian. She's a 2-time published author and has been recognized for her, I'm not hearing you guys clapping, and has been recognized for her impact across tech, business, leadership. Leadership. Her accolades include she leads Africa top 50 under 30, One Watch 2025, nominations and Global Entrepreneur Award and CEO Networking Awards. A serial entrepreneur and ecosystem builder. She continues to design products, communities, and education that makes technology, finance easy to understand and easy to use across Africa and beyond. If your hands are not too busy, can you put your hands together for Oluchi?
Bonsoir à tous. Okay, so I'm going to be using a French translator because I love interaction. And guess what I'm going to be talking about? Money.
Nous sommes ici aujourd'hui pour parler surtout de l'argent.
Good. So my name is Olum Chukwu.
Mon nom est Olum Chukwu.
And I was talking about money, how you can scale your money, that's your income, as your career is growing.
Et nous allons parler de l'argent, c'est-à-dire comment est-ce que vous allez utiliser votre argent en tant que revenu et par rapport à votre carrière.
And because I'm using ×2 time, what's going to happen is I'm going to be talking very fast, or rather I'm going to be saying less things, but you're still going to get the message at the end of the day. So my first question to everybody, just go ahead with the question, is if I decide to give you money now, would you collect it? You wear that one.
Ok, la question, elle demandait si je vous donnais de l'argent là tout de suite, est-ce que vous le prendriez?
Good. I did not hear we. Now we are talking. So, most of the time, a lot of us don't collect money.
La plupart du temps, nous ne prenons pas l'argent.
And we don't collect money because it does not come as money.
Et nous ne recevons pas cela parce que généralement ça ne vient pas en tant qu'argent.
And today's event is that event that is going to give you even more money than you can ever imagine.
Et cet événement aujourd'hui est celui qui vous donnera autant d'argent que vous ne pourriez jamais imaginer.
But my question to you would be,
ma question sera,
would you collect the money?
Est-ce que vous le prendriez?
Please clap for yourself. Clap for yourself. Thank you. So, I'll talk about how we will find out that.
Nous sommes en train de parler aujourd'hui par rapport à comment beaucoup de personnes font beaucoup d'argent.
But for some strange reason, we find out that a lot of people are broke.
Et nous nous rendons compte que beaucoup de personnes sont.
There was one rich uncle in our family.
Combien de personnes entre nous ont un oncle? Et cela c'est parce que
making money happens. When One of the richest people in Africa is Dangote. Do we know him?
L'une des les personnes les plus riches en Afrique, c'est Dangote. Est-ce que vous le connaissez?
More money.
Il investe toujours cet argent en vue de faire plus d'argent.
And then I know that a number of us here will say, but I'm a student, I'm not making money.
Et la plupart d'entre nous, on a l'habitude de dire, je suis étudiant, je ne me fais pas trop d'argent.
But do you receive allowances?
Mais est-ce que vous avez vos allocations?
Do you receive gifts?
Est-ce que vous recevez de l'argent en cadeau?
Do you have a side hustle?
Est-ce que vous avez des jobs sur le côté que vous faites?
It means that money is always coming into your hand.
Cela veut dire que l'argent trouve toujours un moyen de venir à vous.
But my only question will be, all of the money that has come into your hand, do you know where it has gone to?
Et ma seule question sera, est-ce que vous savez où va tout cet argent qui vient à vous?
So, I already finished this slide. Most of the time, it's not that you need to earn ones that you've already earned.
C'est plutôt que vous avez besoin d'apprendre comment garder cet argent-là.
So let's go to what happens in our regular life. It has happened to me.
Notre premier job.
You get the next job.
On a le suivant.
You start earning more money.
Vous commencez à gagner plus.
You look for more money.
Encore plus d'argent.
You go to senior role.
Vous allez encore
and
plus.
You continue working and working and working.
Et vous continuez de travailler encore et encore.
But what a lot of us will now know how to do here today is that.
Mais ce que nous allons apprendre ici aujourd'hui.
As we're working.
Pendant qu'on travaille.
As we get our first job.
Dès qu'on a notre premier travail,
we understand that there's something called saving.
On comprend qu'il y a quelque chose qu'on appelle l'épargne.
We can understand that there's something called investing.
Il y a quelque chose qu'on appelle l'investissement.
Meaning that as money comes into your hand,
et cela veut dire que dès que l'argent vient à vous,
you're splitting it into the different places it should go to.
Vous séparez l'argent dans différentes catégories.
If you find me on social media, you hear me talk about how a lot of people work for their landlord.
Sur les réseaux sociaux, vous pouvez me trouver et je parle surtout de comment est-ce que les gens dirigent leur argent.
A lot of people work for the taxi driver.
Les gens travaillent pour les taxis.
A lot of people work for everybody else except themselves.
La plupart des gens travaillent pour tout le monde sauf eux-mêmes.
So this is where I'm going to introduce to you something called paying yourself first.
Et c'est là que je vais vous apprendre des cadeaux.
As soon as money comes into your hand,
dès que vous avez de l'argent,
you have to pay yourself first.
Vous devez vous payer en premier.
And how do you do that?
Accordez-vous cela.
By saving.
En investissant.
By keeping some money aside.
En mettant un peu d'argent de côté.
So, I think I want to ask another question.
Est-ce que vous savez combien d'argent?
As much as money is something that we interact with, that we do not actively practice.
C'est plutôt que nous ne pratiquons pas de façon active.
Next. And of dollars.
Vous aurez beaucoup d'argent.
But you always find what he has come to live.
Et ce n'est pas une life que tout le monde ici devrait avoir à vivre.
So let me show you a bit more around, the Grow Cup. Let me show you a bit more around what to do first.
Vous devez vous payer en premier.
When you pay yourself,
vous payez vous-même.
Money aside.
Ok, quand vous êtes en mesure de mettre l'argent de côté pendant un moment, vous portez plus prendrier.
Money on an errand to bring more money for you.
Vous envoyez de l'argent, ne sera pas en mesure de vous rapporter plus d'argent.
You're living your life the same way that you're living.
En mesure de vous rapporter plus d'argent.
You're living your life the same way that you're living your life.
Vous vivez votre vie de la même façon.
You're not cutting out on all of the luxuries.
Vous vivez votre vie de la même façon.
You're not cutting out on all of the luxuries.
Vous n'êtes pas en train de couper sur toutes les dépenses inutiles que vous faites.
You're not cutting out on a day or a day in the future where you don't have to work again.
Un moment dans l'avenir où vous n'aurez plus besoin de travailler.
For everybody here that has been working for 5-10 years. For everybody here that has been working for 5-10 years.
Pour toutes les personnes ici qui ont eu à travailler pendant 4-5 années.
I'm very sure that they would have wished someone told them this thing when they were undergraduates.
Je suis sûr que quelqu'un là a eu à leur dire qu'ils auront atteint ce niveau pendant qu'ils étaient encore sur les bancs.
Because even your one, if I ask you today now,
je vous demandais aujourd'hui.
Have you spent 1,000 CFA this month? What would you tell me? Yes or no?
Avez-vous dépensé 1000 francs aujourd'hui, oui ou non?
And that is money that you can actually set aside.
Et c'est de l'argent que vous auriez pu mettre de côté.
As months turn to years.
D'un moment à un autre.
Your 1,000 CFA will turn to millions of CFA.
Votre 1000 francs deviendra des millions de francs.
And then you can decide that, this month I'm not going to work.
Et vous pouvez décider que ce mois-ci je ne travaille pas.
And you're not going to be worried about where the next money is going to come from.
Et vous n'auriez pas à vous inquiéter d'où viendra l'argent ensuite.
Because you're enjoying interest.
Parce que vous avez déjà les intérêts,
dividends,
les dividendes,
capital growth.
votre capital qui grandit,
just because you started from where you are.
juste parce que vous avez commencé de là où vous étiez.
So in as much as everybody here is going to come and tell you that
Alors si quelqu'un ou tout le monde ici venait vous dire
this is how you can get,
la façon dont vous devez augmenter votre salaire,
I want you to leave here today knowing that
je voudrais que vous quittez ici aujourd'hui en sachant que
as you're earning that money,
autant que vous gagnez de l'argent,
you want to be keeping some to worry about whether or not. So what are the 3 things I want you to do?
vous appreniez à propos de l'argent.
Nigeria or within my friends are exempt, within my community.
Au Nigeria ou parmi mes amis,
Money is one thing nobody likes to talk about.
l'argent n'est pas un sujet dont nous parlons
We
souvent.
can see, oh, that car looks nice, I want it.
On peut voir cette voiture, elle est belle, je
But you're not
voudrais la
going
voir.
to meet the person to show you how can I move forward.
Mais nous n'allons pas vers les personnes pour savoir comment y arriver.
And if you have financial literacy,
Et si vous avez une connaissance financière,
your income and
prendre de meilleures
conversations around money.
avoir des discussions. Alors pourquoi est-ce que vous ne faites pas ce qu'ils font pour avoir l'argent qu'ils ont? Pourquoi est-ce que vous ne faites pas ce qu'ils font pour avoir l'argent qu'ils ont?
Now,
Vu le visage de
and the
quelqu'un
person was
tout de
like, now,
Vu le visage de
and the
quelqu'un
person
tout
was
de
like, I can tell you for free that.
Je peux vous dire business.
I can tell you for free that.
Je peux vous dire business après business. Aujourd'hui,
A saving,
après business. Aujourd'hui,
a saving. Good. So,
un type d'investissement.
okay. Good. So,
Un type d'investissement.
okay. So, there's something called treasury bills.
Il y a ce qu'on appelle la trésorerie.
It means that treasury bills.
Il y a ce qu'on appelle la trésorerie.
It means that you're literally
Il y a ce qu'on appelle la trésorerie.
it means that you're literally borrowing the government.
Tous les États ont une façon.
Borrowing the government.
Tous les États ont une façon en tant qu'individu. En tant qu'individu,
You can borrow the government money.
vous pouvez emprunter l'argent de l'État.
I can borrow the government money.
Vous pouvez emprunter l'argent de l'État.
And then they will give you interest back.
Et vous donnant des intérêts. Allez faire des recherches aujourd'hui de l'argent. Et vous donnant des intérêts. Allez faire des recherches aujourd'hui de l'argent.
And what happens here is that
Vous allez
put my money in.
et vous leur
Investing.
des investissements.
Put my money in.
Et vous leur
Investing.
des investissements.
You can literally buy into the companies that are doing best in the country.
Et vous pouvez littéralement les acheter dans les entreprises qui ont de meilleurs potentiels.
And what this does for you is that
Votre argent grandit également.
when they decide to share profit,
Pendant qu'ils décident de
you is that
votre argent grandit également.
when they decide to share profit,
Pendant qu'ils décident de partager les
you
profits,
get a piece of it.
partager les
You
profits,
get a piece of it.
vous avez votre part.
Then there's bonds as well.
Et vous avez votre part.
Then there's bonds as well.
Et il y a les obligations. Il y a les obligations.
The same interest.
Et vous ont
My wealth formula. The same interest.
et vous ont
My wealth formula. And for every multi-millionaire, they do these 4
Ils
things.
font ces 4 choses.
Multi-millionaire, they do these 4
Ils
things
font ces 4 choses. La deuxième chose, c'est qu'ils en mettent de côté.
for them.
Ça veut dire qu'ils mettent précédente et faisaient d'argent que ça grandit.
Say that
Ils se diront que
I'm not going to start saving
je ne vais pas commencer à épargner.
until I make bigger salaries or I make more money.
Ils se disent que je ne vais pas
When I'm done
épargner.
paying my bills, I will save.
Que l'argent qu'ils ont en
It's not the
2026
same money that you have in May 2026
n'est pas l'argent qu'ils ont en mai 2026.
because things get expensive.
Parce que les choses deviennent plus chères.
And then there's another one,
Et il y a autre chose.
following your friends.
Suivre vos amis.
You don't know whether your friend has a trust fund
Vous ne savez pas si votre ami a
or
un
whether
fonds
their
quelque part,
parents left inheritance for them.
ou si leurs parents ont laissé un héritage pour eux.
So they are spending money.
Alors ils dépensent de l'argent
You too, you are spending
et vous
money.
dépensez aussi.
You know you have only one salary. Oh.
Vous savez que vous avez juste
You
un
don't know if
salaire.
that person has 5 salaries.
Vous ne savez pas s'il a 5 salaires.
As they are spending,
Et ils dépensent
you are
et
spending.
vous dépensez.
Please and please.
S'il vous plaît,
If
faites votre
you
finance,
have the dream to become,
votre argent.
everybody here is going to go back home. Everybody here is going to go back home
Toutes les personnes ici vont rentrer chez eux
and look for how they'll become a tech bro.
et plus.
However,
De toute façon,
I want you to know that as you're looking for ways to grow your salary, your income,
je voudrais vous savoir que
aside
vous êtes en train de vous assurer de rechercher un moyen de mettre de l'argent. Vous n'aurez pas à
to
travailler.
grow your salary, your income,
Je voudrais vous savoir que
aside,
vous êtes en train de vous assurer de rechercher un moyen de mettre de l'argent. Vous n'aurez pas à travailler.
and you will not feel guilty about it.
Travailler.
And you will not feel guilty about it.
Et vous-
Please
Alors s'il vous plaît,
start small.
la durée.
Yeah.
Cloud native technologies, DevOps and
I would like to talk about something I find very essential
J'aimerais parler de quelque chose que je trouve très
for
important.
software engineering. Something I find very essential
J'aimerais parler de quelque chose que je trouve très
for
important.
software engineering at large. I'm a Google developer expert in cloud.
Je suis expert développeur à Google.
And many a times it might seem like coding is not easy.
Et la plupart du temps, il peut sembler que ce n'est pas facile.
Seem like coding is not easy.
Et la plupart du temps, il peut sembler que ce n'est pas facile. Créer dans le coding.
Systems is worse.
Créer dans le coding.
Systems is worse.
Le système est pire.
So that's a better way to put it. It's worse.
Le système est pire.
So that's a better way to put it. No.
Le système est pire.
So that's a better way to put it. No. I say that's system, and then
On peut parler très vite.
time is equal to money. First, have you had 3.5?
Combien d'entre vous utilisez ChatGPT 3.5?
If you had 3.5.
Combien d'entre vous utilisez ChatGPT 3.5?
If you were to go today to ask both of them the same question,
Si vous devez aujourd'hui leur poser à tous les deux la même question,
which one will take longer time?
lequel prendra plus de temps à répondre? Lequel prendra plus de temps à répondre?
3.5. Which one would actually? The result 3.5 will give you.
Le résultat que la version 5.5 vous
You will
donnera,
have to squeeze it out of it.
vous version 5.5 vous
You will
donnera,
have to squeeze it out of it
vous devez aller la chercher
compared to 5.5.
vers le 5.5.
So there is a direct relationship between time and money.
Alors, il y a une différence claire entre le temps et l'argent. Pendant qu'on construit le système,
The less time your users have to spend,
quand vous dépensez moins de temps,
the higher your chances of getting money.
cela augmente plus vos chances de faire plus d'argent.
The next part is resources.
La chance de faire plus d'argent.
The next part is resources.
La partie suivante sera la ressource. La mémoire et le CPU.
And
La mémoire et le CPU.
And many of the times,
La plupart du temps,
the more resources you use,
la plupart du temps,
the more resources you use.
au CPU.
And one thing, when you build your code and when you deploy your code,
Quand vous construisez votre code et que vous le
it's
déployez,
only just part of the business.
c'est juste une partie de votre code et que vous le
It's
déployez.
only just part of the business.
C'est juste une partie du travail.
Your code cannot take over the business.
Code.
It begins to designing system audience you're trying to build. Designing system audience you're trying to build. If you come to it is like a constant opposition. You on the blockchain. It's easily solvable. The solution is to just think of it's easily solvable. The solution is to just think of them before you actually get to production. Right. Next slide. So the problems are mostly where you are not looking. They are not in the is your if condition here, is the user's balance greater than this, other than this, although those are very familiar things. The things you have those are very familiar things. The things you have edge, your downfall. If you're doing those are very straightforward things. Be able to coordinate them. In the point they don't PTN. So after sack the user, at the same example, you will fail. You would question it hash. For example, you would question it hash. For example, government finds out you are cut first off at times. This your times. This your it might not even be a no matter what. The logistic it and they were able to get it and they were able to get if you are 0 to 1. It is because you can. There's no point going to. You want to build a system that is jitter. If I want to build a system that is jitter, if I want to move users, you can't just move users. You can't just go to. It doesn't go. It's not. It was you. Let's go to. It was you. Let's go to. And there's no much to technology and still new and shability, right? And I said,
Please, can we put our hands together as we call Zara to the stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. Are we learning something? Please actually with Zara, and it's a pleasure. Very young. ASS was just friends. today we live in a globally digital economy where someone can stay in their dorm room and get a job or in a company across the city or create products. But the question is, what skill do you have? What skill can you build? And what skill can you solve? What is that skill that can solve? So today, without any further ado, I'm going to welcome my panelists that are going to come today. We have Ori Olaifa.
Oh, hi. A program, so, community manager. I've won a couple of hackathons, like the Google Solution Challenge for 2024, where my team competed against, I think, about more than 1,000 or 2,000 teams across the world. And funny thing is, we are actually the first team to do that in Africa. So, yeah, apart from that, I like talking to people. I like a lot of things that I can't say right now, but that's me.
Yeah, praise the Lord. My name is Esola Daniel. I'm a software engineer, and more recently started to accept the title of a founder of a startup called Provolo. We help freelancers, land their next gig, and currently sitting at about over 6,500 users. I would say I'm a multidisciplinary creative. I like things that are not even related to tech, like, writing and drawing. So yeah, that's pretty much a few things about myself.
Hi everyone. Very, very interesting for me. I am a perfect example of the person that Cruz Chukwuemeka, the last speaker, she did all through his session. I'm a security engineer, at the same time a program manager. I also manage communities, and to lean towards what my colleagues have been doing, share praises around what they've done. One of my most recent achievements was winning Africa's Cyberfest Hackathon, which is practically my first hackathon anyways, and it was a tool that we built for compliance check around African countries. But first off, we kind of focused on 7 countries, Benin also included in that particular open source project for now. And obviously, I'm already scaling it to become a platform as a service tool. Amongst other things, I do a lot of things, but yeah, let's leave it like that for now.
Thank you so much. Those introductions were quite stunning. Stunning achievements. Okay, so I just have a general question to ask that will start with Ms. Bashir. We're all here under the team Beyond the Degree. In one sentence, did your university degree give you the keys to your current job, or did you have to form these keys yourself while you were still in school?
You guys want honesty, right? No. But at the same time, I would like to argue that it created some kind of like factors that kind of like gives some cushion. And I'll explain why. Looking at what shaped my own career was community. And what gave me access to create that community and nurture it was the university. So in my own world, I made communities my own university, right? I didn't study tech. I didn't study a tech degree. I don't have a tech degree. Okay, mine is not sciences, but it's a sports science course, right? And before then, I already did computer science, but that was something that I did for an NCE program. NCE is something that you do for 3 years before university, and I didn't finish practically. Let's leave it like that. So, but to be very honest with you, in the fact that I use my university as a launch pad or as an opportunity to nurture communities and to just use that particular space for experiments. It allowed me to test run many things. It allowed me to just do things that I know that if fail fast, you fuck around and find out. Sorry for using that word. But whenever it is you fail, whatever it is that you do and you make sure that you're failing faster, you learn faster that way. So that's in a simple sentence, just so I will not use a lot of time. That's my answer.
That was very interesting. But for me, I would say yes. I'm a computer science student. I'm actually proud to say that outside because my mom wanted me to study pharmacy. And at the end of the day, she's saying, oh, studying computer science, you want to be a photographer. Bro, they're actually working. But, I mean, it's just what is out there. So as a computer science student, it actually exposed me to a lot of opportunities. I led my institution, like as a GDSC lead, at Lautech, my university. And being a computer science student, I was able to like relate with everyone, I mean, from a neutral ground, right? So what I'm just going to say is, yes, it's really helped me because, you know, going out for hackathons, coming back to give glory to the university, I mean, and doing all sorts. I don't have to worry that I have to go to one lab or one piggery farm. So yeah, it actually like shaped my career.
On the flip side, I wouldn't say my environment to test run my ideas and build in public and fail in public amongst people that don't have an idea what they are doing themselves too. So it provided where I could get quick and fast feedback from people that were still like figuring things out too. So yeah, that's how it helped, relating to community and building. Yeah, so that's pretty much how.
Thank you so much for those answers. I'm sure everybody got different answers. I will start with Daniel Isola. Daniel, you started building your career as a freelance front-end engineer while you were still in school. For the student,
The first step to getting your first client would be showing your work. This day and age, we have an abundance of ways to like put ourselves out there. We have LinkedIn, even though it scares me a lot. I close LinkedIn as fast as I open it. We have LinkedIn, we have Twitter, we have Instagram, we have even WhatsApp. What? We have Threads. Did you use that? Wow. So yeah, we have a whole lot of, to get your first client, your first set of clients, yeah, is you positioning yourself. Strategic positioning can change a whole lot of things. Experience. Post your work. Yeah, you would meet people that would backlash you. But that's the thing though. Is there anybody at any level that they don't still backlash? So what are you really scared of? So post your work, put stuff out there, let people see that, okay, this person, when they go through your profile, let them be able to relate to a story of growth. Not just, oh, this person just appeared. Like these days you would see, oh, people wanting to post, I want to use a word, but then for lack of word, let's just say people want to come out with this, glorified name attached to whatever it is they put out, forgetting the fact that there's a whole lot that can be learned if you just post that wobbly stuff you're working on and then get insight as to how to progress from there. So don't be scared to put out your shitty thoughts, your half grow. And one thing is, if you want to continue to grow, don't stop learning. So yeah, that's pretty much.
we show it out. You don't know who is there that needs you. You don't know who is out there that wants what you have. So please, show your work out. Thank you. So next question goes to Imam. Cybersecurity is a highly global and fast-evolving field where certifications matter, but so do relationships and visibility. As a lead for GDG Ilorin, how has community leadership contributed to your growth as a cybersecurity engineer? And can you share a moment where connection from a community translated into real global opportunity or career breakthrough?
So, I mean, the certification issue is a different conversation, right? But now, when it comes to being a leader for GDG Lorry and how it has impacted my career, to people do better, right? So I used that particular opportunity to say, okay, bringing people to, what was the result for me is that from this, people to, what was the result for me is that from this, they were like, oh yeah, I have this opportunity somewhere. By the way, all the jobs I've done in my life were not jobs. All of it were just from recommendations. We're like, oh yeah, I'm handling this. Can you jump on it, right? Even though I still apply, then this, can you jump on it, right? Even though I still apply, and if I just get to that position where I can get interviewed, it's if I just get to that position where I can get interviewed, it's more easier that way. Done, or people that I teach what I do, right? 2, people are afraid, correct, right? Because I was sitting close to him and he's into Bitcoin. And from our little conversation, I understand that he also, brings people to Decode Benin as big as this. It can be you and 2 other of your friends, and you're just doing it, saying, okay, I have this thing, come to my house, let's do a 1-hour session. You can call it brainstorm session, or 2 hours, whatever. The results that you get out of that particular session, that is what you now put out there, which speaks to branding yourself, personal branding. So everybody just goes about, oh, I want to do personal branding. Then you go to ChatGPT, find a topic, write about it. Yeah, that's one way. But 2, the best way is write about it. Yeah, that's one way. But 2, the best way is what you experienced. You are the only person that can experience that thing. So once you put it out there from your own experience, from your own perspective, you might not speak, right? So then I speak to.
Thank you so much, Imam. So in one word, teach. It's also in collaboration. So the next question is for Glory. GDG lead and a mock of code.
I'm also writing Flutter as well. And I figure out this and this, right? Then I'm going to maybe a repository and copy what I need. The only way I can solve this is what? To write a simple CLI to just do it.
I continue to do this. I have this idea, and in like 24 hours later, I built out something, and I just put it out on Twitter. And in less than to you posting your stuff and just putting stuff out there, at that point in time, it did not even have a login page. It just had, just input your email if you're interested in something like this. And 12 hours later, I think it was midnight, and you remember the call. I was like, bro, what the hell is going on? Like, people, they sign up for this, But then, yeah, post your work and...
To make it 10 houses, 30. And then you come to meet... Daniel is also cool. Come to meet Cruz. He'll laugh at you, or he will take it as jokes. Cruz might look at you and say, you're saying dumb shit. Right? So, experiment people, and for you to communicate whatever it is that you want to, or whatever it is that you're doing. Because even if you're a founder, you have people that you are leading. If you are so you always have to deal with people. So it was people management, knowing that, okay, this person is hot-headed, this person is calm, this person is gentle, or this person, I just have to doing knows what I'm talking about when you're dealing with volunteers. Because we are doing these things for free, there's no monetary value attached to it. So how can I convince this person to understand my vision, to say, okay, this is what I want to achieve for Decode Benin? Then how can I make this person also carry this thing on their head without me having to be there every time? So I would say it's people management, which is very, very key to me in my line of career. Because as a security engineer, I'm an engineer, then I'm also in security sector, the guardian, and that person who is always want to find faults, right? And when I find faults, it is joy for me, right? But it's not a very flourishing thing for the team to always talk about, right? So knowing how to communicate those kind of faults and findings and issues, vulnerabilities that GitHub is just few days ago, GitHub had a particular issue that we just have to monitor and just keep be on the lookout for, and it's very common, right? Don't tell me something is wrong with it. So it's very, very key. So I would say people management.
Go online and find people management.
I am a learner by doing, and the only way you can, whenever I go to fire back at you, so or apply to born child, so it's fire back at you. So or apply to newborn child, so it's natural, right? And natural, right? And it could tell you what and what do you need to manage.
Thank you so
And
much.
it could tell you what and what do you need to manage.
Thank you so much. So which all circles back to putting yourself out there and teaching others what you know and talking to people. Come out from your circle, come out from your bubble and talk to people. All right, thank you so much, Imam. Glory, your question is, what is the most underrated skill a mobile engineer needs to be globally ready that isn't related to writing code? Related to writing code. Thank you so much. Hope we're learning something. So in conclusion, thank you so much. Hope we're learning something. So in conclusion, I just have one last question. Global tech ecosystem. Just one piece of advice, please. Thank you.
If a young boy from a cube in Ogbomoso can be invited to speak in Benin, trust me, you can do anything. See, the only thing you cannot achieve is what you have not thought about. As long as you can think it, you can get it. This one is not even from a delusional optimist standpoint. It is possible because exceptional. If you are not doing something that is exceptional, we would not be at this point together meeting. It is because we are already on the pathway to doing something even greater. You get me? So you can do anything from any place you're at currently, and you can even, if you can think it, you can. I don't know why words fail me because, so you can do ability and the points to which you can imagine. So yeah, that's pretty much that about that.
I'm already thinking. I'm also from Ogbomoso, but so the only thing I'm going to say is you need people. It is very, very important. You need people. The reason why we are here is not just because of doing this. I'm very sure there are some other people that are part of this initiative. So there's nothing, absolutely nothing maybe you can do it alone, back you at any point in time. Because I'm a community person, and I've actually, one thing that I see that I feel like, I need to give back to the community was because my first laptop was from Twitter. My first MacBook, rather, was from Twitter because I'm writing mobile. I can't build for iOS. So I need to just go out there and, put myself out there, just the way Daniel said. And people were like, why are you using Windows? You can't build this, you can't do that. I lost a lot of gigs then. And someone single-handedly gave me 200K to add to the funds I have with me. That is someone that I don't know from anywhere. So that is why you need people. You need to put yourself out there, just the way Daniel said. And also, make yourself available for people. It goes sideways, right? The more you help people, the more you become solid. It's really, really help you to become very, very grounded in whatever you are doing, right? So it's very, very important for you to I don't know if you've talked to this person sitting next to you, or maybe you're sitting with your friend, but if you've not done that, there's a time to do that. Try as much as possible to do that. It is very, very important.
Exactly, just 5 minutes drive, or 15 minutes drive. Okay. So mine is to look at things from perspective of everybody has an advantage, and you also have your disadvantage as a human being that you are. And from conversations that we've had many times, yesterday and for a long time ago, there are people who have leverage. Say, okay, maybe they are coming from a family that has shock absorber. And what I mean by that is their background is strong, money-wise. But if you have somebody like me, coming from the trenches, you understand that you really do not have shock absorber that you can always rely on. But at the same time, there are some things that you can always take advantage of. I took advantage of the fact that I was energetic. I liked what I was doing, which is tech. doing, and I used the opportunity to the point where I saw that, okay, there's a gap here in my school, and I could use that opportunity to skyrocket myself. I was not somebody that was on Twitter, but because I knew that I don't really get anything to fall back on, so what would I lose if I put myself out there? And 2022, I joined Twitter properly, properly, started joining spaces, and I started to talk to people on that particular instance or on that particular app. Use your advantages. You use whatever it is that you use around you to kind of bounce yourself up, and do not, because that would give you access to some certain people that are way, way higher than you. Do not burn those bridges by asking them for money. Not everything is money, right? There are some things that are way, way better than money. Accessibility. 5 minutes conversations, 1 minute conversations to say, okay, yeah, I'm trying to do something around this space. They might not give you a positive feedback or something that you want to hear at that time. But when you constantly do that, what it does is it creates that trust for them to say, okay, subsequently, later in the future, somebody might just be in a room and just think of, oh, I have something like this, which is something that I'm working on currently, or something that I'm enjoying just currently. This person talking to somebody else, and it's something that they don't know about, it's security-wise, and they could just, 24, I know 24 now, he has spoken out somewhere, and we'll have conversations. So they could always talk to 24 to say, okay, let's benefit from this thing. So use your leverage, people that are around you, identify those things that are your disadvantages, and just find a way to manage them. You always have disadvantages, but just find a way to manage them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure we all got pieces of advice from this. So in conclusion, our panelists said and reminded us to put ourselves out there, keep learning, share what we know. We need people, we need community, we need connections to grow. And most importantly, if you think you can do it, my brother and sister, you can do it. So I know you have some questions. So after this session, during the break, you can go forward and meet them and ask your questions.
Panelists, that was really engaging. So we've been sitting, listening, learning, taking notes. It's officially time for our break, games, and networking session. So kindly grab your bingo card at the registration booth so you can participate. And we'll be back shortly for the final session. Thank you. Please come back refreshed and energized. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone.
It's working.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
They can hear you.
Hi, everyone. We need to start rounding up. They're opening here. The next session will be starting in few minutes. Thank you.
It's not working inside.
I think we need to start telling them.
Please, you guys need to go and start telling people outside that they should start wrapping up, that we're about to begin the next session. Thank you. Volunteers. Yes. Please start telling people that they should start coming in. We're about to begin the next session. Start telling people that they should start coming in. We're about to begin the next session. Any problem?
Okay.
Where your phone now?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I just want to drop this inside.
Nigerian people that are here now, they all come from Nigeria.
Yes. I can't find it. I don't know. Wait, look at it. I've been looking for him. Let's go. Excusez-moi. We need to sort out this beach thing. Mm.
technical guide I wanted to
Disons qu'il a fait 3 ans là-bas aussi.
Et mon passeport. Il est où? Il est où? Je te cherchais.
Oui.
Donc, c'est celui-là qui passe maintenant. Donc, on va commencer. Je devais dire tout le monde quand ils vont revenir. Et quand ils vont revenir maintenant, on va lire ça là. On va dire, ok, je veux. Monsieur, directeur général de KKP, tu vas lire maintenant son bio, tu vas lire tout ça là, et après tu le passes. Tu vas dire, mettez votre main ensemble pour applaudir pour KKP, et maintenant vous allez lire. Et maintenant il va prendre le micro. Et à la fin, je vais venir prendre le micro chez lui.
D'accord.
Tu sais ce que tu veux dire. Tu veux dire. Ouais. Que vous avez bien reposé. I don't talk phone. Hi everybody. Oh. Moi, je vais faire la traduction. You first climb on stage. Je fais la traduction. Tu comprends ce qui se passe. Ok. Moi, je finis de dire, tu peux passer le micro, tu ne peux pas. Tu. Je fais la traduction.
Sorry.
Family Johnson. Jim. Welcome back, everyone. Is everybody here? Can we have everybody inside?
Okay.
Go inside. Go inside. I started talking. Me, I came down again. Welcome back, everyone. Did we all enjoy the networking session and do you meet amazing people? I can't hear you guys. Are we beefing? Are we beefing? Did you enjoy the networking session? I can't hear you guys, oh. Quite distracted. Chai. Why me? Why always me? Okay, so we're going to move into the next session, which is going to be primarily in French. So let's go.
Hi everyone. Bonsoir, bonsoir à tous. J'espère que vous êtes de retour avec autant d'énergie que la première section.
I hope you're back with a lot of energy.
Alors, Notre intervenant actuellement, il sera Monsieur Gilles Kounou.
So our next speaker is Monsieur Gilles Kounou,
directeur général de Kakiapay.
CEO of Kakiapay.
Alors je vais lire sa bio.
So we're going to read his bio first.
Gilles Kounou est un entrepreneur en série et technologie engagée. Fondateur et président d'OpenSI, sa start-up révolutionne la finance digitale avec Kakiapay. Une solution de paiement adaptée pour plus de 6 millions d'organisations au Bénin et en Afrique de l'Ouest. Acteur clé de la modernisation de l'État, il a conçu la plateforme e-conseil des ministres. Des ministres et contribué au portail national servicepublic.bj. Distingué par le prix Mission Billion de la Banque mondiale pour la solution, Tonti Plus est le prix de la FAO pour Agricole Pay. Gilles est une figure majeure de l'innovation africaine, classé parmi les Choice 100 Africa. Cet ingénieur diplômé de l'École royale de l'air et de l'MSP place de technologie au cœur de la lutte contre la pauvreté. Son parcours incarne parfaitement l'alliance entre excellence, technologie et impact socio-économique durable. Alors je vous en prie, avec le maximum d'énergie, veuillons accueillir M. Gilles.
Let's put our hands together for Mr. Gilles.
Thanks everyone for being here, and special and warm thanks for people who stays after the break. It's my pleasure to be with you today. And yeah, I will do it in French, but I can introduce myself in English, you know, and maybe I can answer to your question when you ask them in English. No problem. Thanks also for all the organizers. Je veux particulièrement dire merci aux organisateurs de cet événement.
I want to thank the organizers of this event.
You do prefer me to do it in English or in French, right?
Français.
Okay, allons-y. I will make the balance. I think this morning there is a lot of talk in English, so let me make the balance, you know. Okay. But sometimes maybe I will switch time to time, so okay, let's go. Donc je disais que je voulais dire merci aux organisateurs.
So I was saying I want to say thank you to the organizers.
Parce que ils ont beaucoup poussé. Hein. C'est leur première édition. Ils ont beaucoup poussé.
Because they really pushed this. It's their first edition.
Et c'est vraiment le mindset d'un entrepreneur qui les caractérise.
And it's really the mindset of an entrepreneur that characterizes them.
Nous les entrepreneurs, on ne baisse jamais les bras.
So we entrepreneurs, we don't put our hands down.
Yeah, never.
Never, jamais.
Et je suis ici parce que je suis Gilles, donc je suis Gilles Kounou.
I am Gilles Kounou.
Vous allez voir sur la photo. Yeah,
You're going to see on my slide here.
Mais vous verrez sur la photo, j'ai mis ma photo exprès et j'ai mis 5 cercles. Et j'ai rien mis dedans. On va remplir ça à la fin. Ensemble.
So you're going to see that on my picture, there is 5 circles and they are empty. We're going to fill it out together at the end.
Can we please have the slides? Ok. So, donc je suis ici parce que je dirige une entreprise béninoise qui s'appelle OpenSI et dont le principal produit s'appelle Kakiapay.
So I'm here because I have a Beninese business that is called OpenSea, and the principal product is Kakiapay.
And Kakiapay, c'est ce que tout le monde appelle un agrégateur de paiement.
And Kakiapay is what I would call a payment platform.
Et moi, je dis que c'est un service d'encaissement pour compte de tiers parce que pour moi, la notion de service est importante dans ce que nous faisons.
So I'm going to call it a service, a payment service, because it is important that it is a service.
Yeah. Ce qu'on fait, c'est vraiment un service et on apporte ce service pour accompagner les marchands accompagner les gens qui ont des business en ligne et maintenant en point de vente pour leur faciliter leurs encaissements. Et je crois énormément à l'utilité de ce que nous faisons parce que ça permet à des business qui n'ont jamais existé avant de trouver un moyen d'exister.
So it's truly a service because it has helped a lot of business people to be able to take money, to collect money, and it has helped a lot of businesses to even come into existence.
Je vais parler dans mon speech de bâtir des solutions locales.
So I'm going to talk about building solutions, local solutions.
Et je sais que la présentation voulait que je parle aussi de notre histoire.
I know that
en tant que
they
fondateur.
want me to speak about being a founder and our story,
Et j'ai fait un mix des deux.
and I mixed it up
Parce que je n'aime pas raconter des histoires simplement.
because I don't just like telling stories,
Et je n'aime pas donner des leçons.
and I don't also like teaching, giving lessons.
Mais ce que j'espère, c'est que chacun saura tirer de cette présentation ce qui compte pour lui et les leçons qui comptent pour chacun d'entre vous.
But what I hope is that at the end of this, you'll be able to get.
But what I expect is that someone or everyone can take from this story lesson who matters for you, you know, lesson who matters for everyone here. So I think like I'm not very lucky with this slider. Ok. Laissez-moi vous présenter le contexte.
So let me present the context to you.
KKP a aujourd'hui 9 ans
KKP today is 9 years old,
et c'est une solution qui ne ressemble pas du tout à ce qu'on avait imaginé au début.
and it's a solution that does not look like what it was when it started.
Et la boîte qui développe KKP a 13 ans et donc OpenSI a 13 ans.
So OpenSC itself is 13 years old,
Et là où nous sommes aujourd'hui, nous n'avons jamais imaginé faire ça au début.
and where we are right now, we didn't think about doing this at the beginning.
Je dis ça parce que la plupart des histoires qui sont des succès dans la sous-région ne commencent pas là où vous l'avez imaginé et là où vous le voyez.
So I'm saying this because it's not usually how success stories start. How you think it is not how it starts.
Regardons quelques exemples par exemple.
So let's look at a few examples here on my slide.
Au début, Jamo voulait donner accès à une carte bancaire dématérialisée en ligne pour les jeunes qui voulaient faire du paiement en ligne. Et aujourd'hui, ce qu'ils font, c'est donner accès à des services financiers. Ils sont devenus une microfinance, ils donnent du crédit, ils font de l'épargne, ils ont créé Jamo Finance.
So Jumbo Finance did not just start as a platform that helps with payment. They started off as helping students with their card, and now they're a financial service.
There are financial services which gives credit, which gives loans.
They give
help
loan and
people
credit.
to make savings, you know. So where they are now, I think they weren't prepared to be there at the beginning. MoneyPoint ils ont commencé avec le fait de réduire la friction dans les paiements
MoneyPoint started because they wanted to help payments
et d'installer une infrastructure qui peut rendre le POS affordable parce que l'usage du POS au Nigeria était très fragmenté et donc rentable pour aucune banque.
and they wanted to make POS affordable and accessible to people.
Et aux dernières nouvelles, je sais qu'ils font du crédit pour les marchands qui ont leur POS.
And they give credit to business people now that want to that want to go into business.
Ils sont devenus aussi une institution financière et ce n'était pas forcément leur but au début.
They've become a financial institution, but that was not the goal in the beginning.
Quand j'ai connu M-Pharma, il y a déjà plus de 12 ans,
When I met M Pharma 12 years ago,
il y a déjà plus de 12 ans, ce qu'il faisait, c'était vous aider à vérifier que votre médicament n'était pas un médicament contrefait. Je ne sais pas si vous vous souvenez de M-Pharma ici. C'était la grande story de l'époque. Ils ont gagné beaucoup de prix de start-up. Ils aidaient les gens à vérifier que leurs médicaments n'étaient pas contrefaits. Ils ont gagné beaucoup de prix pour ça.
So when M-Pharma started, the initial goal was to make sure that drugs were what they were not spoiled, expired or something. And then along the line now,
Donc, ils étaient dans la lutte contre les faux médicaments.
so they were fighting against false drugs, fake drugs.
Et aujourd'hui, quand vous parlez de M-Pharma au Ghana, par exemple, ils aident les pharmacies à ne jamais être en rupture de stock. Et c'est ça leur gros business. Donc, ils contribuent à la logistique du dernier kilomètre pour les pharmacies.
So what they do now is to make sure that pharmacies no longer run out of drugs. So they are helping them with their inventory and all of that.
Donc, quand on regarde bien, aucune de ces 3 grandes boîtes n'ont commencé là, enfin, ne se trouve là où elles ont commencé.
So if you watch well, you're going to see that these 3 companies that I just listed now did not start, are not where they thought they were, did not start how, where they started is not where they are right now.
Ce qui me semble important de mettre en avant, c'est que le parcours du fondateur n'est jamais linéaire.
So what I want to say is that the founder's journey is not a straight line.
Et notre histoire à KKP ressemble beaucoup à ça.
And our story at KKP is very similar.
Quand j'ai créé OpenSI,
When I created OpenSC
en 2013,
in 2013,
c'était pour faire une application de e-santé.
it was to do an e-health health
It was
tech,
to do e-health application
a health tech application
to connect patients and medical doctors and to help patients to find medical appointment because in our country you have a very, very little medical doctor in some specialties. Donc on avait très peu de médecins dans certaines spécialités.
So we didn't have a lot of doctors in some certain specialties.
Et cette application s'appelait Go Medical.
And that app was called Go Medical.
Next one. Donc on a commencé avec Go Medical en 2013.
So we started with Go Medical in 2013.
Et je me souviens, on était 4 dans un bureau de 6 mètres carrés.
And I can remember that we were 4 in 6 square feet.
Yeah.
An office of 6 square feet.
Et au bout de la première année et demie, on s'est rendu compte que Go Medical, en tout cas comme on l'avait imaginé à l'époque, et ça s'appelait Médicis à ses débuts, ne fonctionnerait pas. Pour la simple et bonne raison que si vous voulez prendre un rendez-vous pour aller dans une clinique, les médecins exigeaient que le patient paye sa consultation avant de venir, sinon le slot horaire n'était pas garanti.
Okay, so we realized that there was a bridge because whenever a patient came to the hospital, he was supposed to have paid for his consultation ahead. If not, the time where he was supposed to come in was not guaranteed for him.
Et si le slot n'était pas garanti, notre application n'avait pas de sens pour les
And if
patients.
his slot is not guaranteed, then our app does not have any sense, does not make any sense.
For the patient. Et donc, on est très vite arrivé à un problème parce qu'à l'époque, il y avait très peu de gens qui avaient une carte bancaire. Il n'y avait pas de système pour mettre un système de carte bancaire sur une application. Il n'y avait pas... c'était les débuts du mobile money au Bénin.
So during that time, there was not a lot of bank accounts, and there were no people that had a lot of bank accounts so that they could put their card on the platform as well. And it was also the beginning time for mobile money in Benin.
Yeah. Donc c'était le début du mobile money et les gens qui utilisaient la carte ne faisaient pas partie de notre cible. Les gens qui avaient une carte bancaire en ce moment-là, c'était des gens qui étaient aisés, qui avaient de l'argent, donc pour qui trouver un rendez-vous médical, c'était pas un challenge, il suffisait de passer un coup de fil. Donc c'était pas notre cible.
And so the people that already had their bank cards, they were not our target market because if they wanted to get a doctor, they could just simply make a phone call and be there already. So they were not our target market.
Et donc on s'est rendu compte que les personnes qu'on ciblait, c'était des personnes qui avaient du mobile money. Mais à l'époque, le mobile money était juste utilisé pour faire du cash in, cash out. Et c'était même encore les débuts du transfert d'argent par mobile money.
So we realized that the people that were aiming for our target market were people that were still using mobile money. And they were using it at the time for cash in, cash out. That was it.
Et donc, on s'est rendu compte qu'on n'avait pas de solution pour pouvoir encaisser les rendez-vous, à moins que nous partions nous-mêmes pour créer une infrastructure de paiement.
So we realized that we didn't even have the the bandwidth to receive money, except we had to go and create that ourselves.
Et donc, ce qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on a stoppé Go Medical
So what we did was that we stopped Go Medical,
et on a bâti Kiakiapé.
and then we built Kiakiapé.
Et aujourd'hui, tout le monde connaît Kiakiapé.
And today everybody knows Kiakiapé.
On sert pratiquement toute la sous-région, mais on a conçu Kiakiapé pour Go Medical. Et comme ça a très bien marché, on s'est dit un jour qu'il fallait l'étendre à d'autres startups. You want to try this?
Yes.
Yeah,
So we then built Kiakiapé, and then we said that since we built it and it was very successful, then now we have to stretch out to other startups.
Parce qu'on a regardé autour de nous et on s'est rendu compte qu'il y avait plein de startups qui avaient le même besoin que nous, on avait avec Go Medical.
Because we realized that there are a lot of startups out that have the same problem that we had in the beginning.
Yeah. Mais il y en avait assez, mais il y en avait beaucoup.
There were a lot, but they did not have enough.
Donc il n'y en avait pas assez pour que nous puissions gagner de l'argent et rester sustainable.
So there was not enough for us to be sustainable.
You can move on. Et donc, on était dans ce struggle-là, donc 2017-2018.
So we're in that struggle in 2017-2018.
Quand on va avoir une opportunité unique, c'est le portail des services publics.
So when we had the unique opportunity, was a public service
portal in Benin. We have the opportunity to build the Benin
portal service.
citizen service to citizen portal. Donc on a bâti le portail du service public au Bénin.
300 documents on.
Et quand on a conçu cette plateforme, l'État avait le même besoin. Si vous prenez un document en ligne, si vous voulez un casier judiciaire en ligne, il faut bien que vous payiez avant de venir récupérer ce casier judiciaire.
So it was very useful for the government as well, because when you wanted to open your case, you wanted to open a case, a legal case, you have
birth certificate,
or a birth, you want to open a case, you need that document.
Yeah, when you need a document, you need a birth certificate, and you ask it remotely on a public producing the document. Et donc, on s'est rendu compte que c'était aussi une opportunité, et on a mis Kiakiapé sur le portail des services publics.
And so it was an opportunity for us to put Kiakiapé on the portal of service, public service.
Donc, on a mis Kiakiapé sur le portail des services publics. Et c'était vraiment une opportunité inespérée parce que tout un pays qui utilise votre solution, donc ici c'est paiement public, c'était deux choses. Une opportunité inespérée et une visibilité inespérée. Parce que si tu voulais payer une facture d'eau, d'électricité, un casier judiciaire, un registre de commerce, une attestation de non-exclusion de la commande publique au Bénin, tu es obligé de passer par le portail des services publics. Il n'y a pratiquement rien que tu ne fais sur le portail des services publics. Et petit secret, c'est nous qui avons conçu le portail des services publics. C'est OpenSI qui l'a bâti. C'est pour ça que je dis sur la slide qu'un entrepreneur doit être opportuniste. L'opportunisme n'est pas un crime. Beaucoup d'entrepreneurs voient l'opportunisme comme un crime, comme le fait de dévier un peu de la trajectoire d'entreprise qu'ils se fixent, alors que cette petite déviation peut être la source de votre bonheur et peut-être même l'opportunité pour réussir. You know, I can translate myself if you want.
Okay.
But we had the opportunity to build, we have the opportunity to put the payments on our national public service portal. And it was two major opportunities for us. One, because you have the opportunity to have a lot of money. If you guys want a birth certificate, a criminal record, to pay your water bills, your electricity bills in Benin, you cannot do it without the public service portal. And it was also a big marketing opportunity because everyone has to see you. So even we don't earn enough money on this portal, it was the best marketing for us. And we did it because we have before the opportunity, the chance to build the portal itself. So it's our company who built this portal and we put the payment on it. Many people can think that it's opportunism. But as I used to say to young entrepreneurs, opportunism, it's not a crime in entrepreneurship. It is not because you go a little bit from your initial way that you are doing something wrong. Maybe it will be the opportunity for you to grow quickly, to find the truth behind your in your night and to make the real pivot. Donc on a mis le paiement sur le portail de service public et ensuite on a fait le Covid. Ça nous a rendu super populaires. Ça nous a donné de la légitimité.
Okay, so we put KakaPay on the service, the portal of the public service, and we're able to go through the COVID phase.
Ça nous a donné beaucoup de légitimité.
And it gave us a lot of we became very
legitimate. Yeah. Et beaucoup de personnes, beaucoup de sociétés qui nous voyaient comme une petite entreprise à qui ils allaient confier leur argent, nous ont tout de suite pris au sérieux.
And so many companies that saw us as small companies that couldn't trust us now could trust us with their money.
Yeah, because we work for government, and in this game of money, or in this game of financial transaction, you know, trust is the key. People have to trust you to let you collect their money, because you collect their money first, and you have to withdraw their money to them. So trust is the key. Donc on a fait ça et ça nous a donné beaucoup de légitimité, beaucoup de confiance, beaucoup d'exposition et de l'argent pour continuer. Et la leçon que je retiens pour chaque fondateur dans cette aventure, c'est que l'opportunisme n'est pas un crime. Et aussi le fait que si vous allez très tôt dans l'arène, si vous mettez le pied dans l'arène, si vous construisez quelque chose qui n'est pas parfait, ça vous permet de voir qu'est-ce qu'il y a vraiment sur le terrain et d'ajuster votre service. On a fait beaucoup d'évolutions pour le portail des services publics. Et ces évolutions-là ont servi après pour notre clientèle privée. Mais il ne faut pas oublier quelque chose. On avait créé KakaPay pour une raison. C'est pour le go médical et pour servir les entreprises qui veulent faire du remote collection ou du online collection, online payment collection comme go médical. Donc à un moment donné, on a dû retourner à notre ADN. On a fait le petit saut de côté et on est revenu sur notre ligne principale. And we come back on our initial way because that's why we built KakaPay. We built KakaPay to serve Go Medical, a company like Go Medical who wanted to collect money online or remotely. Et quand on est retourné dans ce game d'aider les marchands en ligne, les plateformes en ligne, les applications en ligne à collecter de l'argent en ligne.
And when we came back to help apps and businesses be able to collect money online,
on s'est très vite rendu compte d'une réalité.
We just realized something.
Ce dont nous parlons là, on parle du e-commerce en réalité.
We're talking about e-commerce in reality.
Et dans le e-commerce en Afrique, comme conclusion, tu n'avais pas 10 000 personnes qui créaient des sites web en ligne, qui faisaient des plateformes de collecte en ligne. Je ne suis même pas sûr que dans cette salle, on va faire un petit exercice. Combien de personnes?
So we're going to do a little exercise. How many people?
Even today, peuvent lever la main ici et me citer 10 sites de commerce en ligne en Afrique de l'Ouest.
Can raise their hands and say and name 10 sites. 10 e-commerce sites.
Yeah. From your memory, how many people can?
Off the top of your head.
Yeah. Tell me. Little game. In our 6 countries, Benin, Côte d'Ivoire, Senegal, Niger, in
West Africa.
Yeah. 10 online e-commerce websites from memory. Kiakiape account for free for 1 year. So even for you, it's very difficult, right? Conga is closed. Is it still open? Okay. You say it's not as easy. And now you are in Anglophone Africa parts. So move to Francophone Africa. and move in Francophone Africa 5 years ago. Can you? It's very hard. So if it's very hard, it was very hard for us to find customers because we heard dominant signals to build Go Medical. We assume that because we were doing Go Medical, there is a lot of startups like us who wanted to use or to collect money online. It was our assumption, but it wasn't true in that time. It wasn't true. So we quickly came to a wall. We built an infrastructure. We spend money each day to keep it alive. We have some major companies which are okay to use it, but we don't have enough company which are okay to use it to allow us to be profitable. And it's something as an entrepreneur, it's a reality you can come to very quickly. And that was, I say, numbers don't lie. You can have a feeling, but the numbers is the real indicator of your reality. So we have to take a decision. Are we going to close? Or we can read the number more deeply. I decided to read numbers more deeply. Me and the team, we stay focused on what's going on around us. We read a lot of reports, a lot of studies in these e-commerce, but also in how digital money is used in Francophone West Africa. And we discovered something really interesting. We discovered that, yes, we use mobile money and this electronic currency in digital, in Francophone West Africa. On s'est rendu compte que oui, les Ouest-Africains utilisent beaucoup la monnaie électronique. C'est ce que disent tous les rapports de GSMA, de la BCAO, ainsi de suite.
So all the reports that we see online say that West Africa uses a lot of e-commerce platforms.
Donc, on utilise beaucoup la monnaie électronique, mais ce n'est pas sur des sites de e-commerce.
So we use a lot of money online, but it's not on the site.
We use a lot of electronic money, but it is online. We still use it in point of sales. You come in a point of sales, you want to pay with mobile money. You come to, you have a parent who wants him to buy a good, you can send him mobile money for transfer. We were beginning to make salary payment with mobile money in some businesses. Et donc on s'est dit, ok, les gens utilisent la monnaie électronique pour faire du paiement, mais c'est pas pour faire du paiement comme nous on le pensait.
So people were paying online, but they were not doing it the way we thought they were going to do it.
It's not on a website.
It was not.
Yeah, c'était pas sur un site web.
It was not a website.
Et donc, on s'est rendu compte que si le paiement électronique est encore en point de vente,
And so when we said that if it is still at the point of sale,
we need to build a tool for point of sale to help merchants also to accept mobile money in point of sale.
Vous avez parlé en anglais.
On s'est rendu compte que oui, si les gens utilisent beaucoup la monnaie électronique, mais que ce n'est pas dans des points, mais que ce n'est pas en ligne, ça veut dire que cette monnaie électronique est utilisée dans des points de vente physiques. Donc, la conclusion était toute simple. Il ne fallait pas aller à l'école pour ça. C'est que nous devons construire un outil pour les points de vente physiques.
So the solution was very obvious. You didn't need to go to school for that. The solution was that we had to build something for point of sales.
Et ça, c'est quelque chose qu'on a appris des chiffres d'abord avant d'aller le confirmer sur le terrain.
And that was what we had to learn looking at the numbers before we went to confirm that on site in the market.
La deuxième chose pour laquelle j'ai dit que numbers don't lie,
And the second reason why I said numbers don't lie,
c'est que si vous avez des chiffres,
when you see numbers,
il faut les lire de la bonne façon.
you should read it the right way.
Beaucoup d'entrepreneurs s'attachent à ce qu'on appelle des vanity metrics.
So a lot of entrepreneurs attach themselves to what I call the vanity metrics.
Nous, on avait une vanity metrics qui était très liée à l'ego. C'est que comme on avait des transactions sur le service public, 1 million de personnes pouvaient faire des transactions, mais on avait un seul marchand.
So there was something where we had like a transaction where a lot of people wanted to make transaction, but we only had one merchant.
So in reality, we serve only one customer. If you think that you have 1 million people paying, yes, but at the end of the day, you have only one merchant. So the day this merchant will leave you, your business is closed. Even 1 million people are paying via your platform. So this number of 1 million people paying, it was a vanity metric. If we were stuck to this metric, our business was done from so long. C'est pour ça qu'il faut aussi rester très collé dans la panoplie des chiffres que vous pouvez avoir. Il faut rester collé aux bons chiffres.
That's why you have to that's why you have to be stuck to the right number, to the correct numbers.
Yeah. And qu'est-ce qui sont les vrais chiffres?
And what are the true numbers?
It's ARPU. L'ARPU, par exemple, c'est le revenu que vous dépensez pour acquérir un seul marchand dans notre cas, donc un seul client.
So it's ARPU, which is like the revenue that you use to onboard one merchant.
Yeah, so average revenue.
That's your average revenue per
user.
Per user.
Yeah, and you have AEPU.
And you have AEPU,
which is average expense per user.
That is your average expense per user.
Expense revenue is revenue. Et ça, c'est de vrais chiffres qui vous disent, OK, je fais du marketing, mais à la fin de la journée, j'ai combien de clients? Si je fais $1 million de marketing et que j'ai un seul client, et que ce client me coûte $1 million. Et c'est déjà très cher, normalement. Et aussi, votre chiffre d'affaires, vous pouvez me dire, OK, j'ai 10 000 clients, et j'ai tel chiffre d'affaires, voilà ce que chaque client me ramène. Et dans la bonne façon de faire du business, votre ambition, c'est de diminuer le coût d'acquisition et d'augmenter le revenu par client.
So that way you are aware that, oh, this is how much you spend on marketing, this is how much clients you make. So now if you spend $1 million doing your marketing and you're getting just one client, you know that that's a problem, and you have to try to opt your maybe your market
your revenue.
You have
to make your revenue higher and to make your expense lower. Wow. If you're a good businessman, that's what you have to run after, right? Donc ces nombres-là, nombre d'utilisateurs réels, la marge brute, l'AEPU, l'ARPU, ont plus de valeur, en tout cas dans mon business, que le trafic, que le nombre de millions levés. On a vu des gens qui ont levé des millions de dollars.
So these numbers are more important to me than just seeing traffics.
Yeah, but than seeing traffic or how many millions you raise. Take an example, Anka. They never see us how many customers they have. They always talk about how millions they raise, but today they are closed. And I think what you want as entrepreneur is to stay alive, is not to close. Donc, numbers don't lie. And in numbers, you have vanity metrics and, okay, you have vanity metrics and you have sanity metrics. And you need to stay very tightened to your sanity metrics. Please, and other things which is very important is hidden troughs. Hidden troughs is the truths you won't find in your numbers. But you need to go on the ground in the market to understand how my product is used. Maybe I have 10 features, but only one is used. So it's not useful to keep processing unit for all the nine features. And it's very important, c'est très important d'aller sur le marché très tôt pour comprendre comment utiliser, pour comprendre quelles sont les fonctionnalités qui sont utilisées. Peut-être que vous avez créé un produit pour faire du transfert d'argent et les gens l'utilisent pour faire, je ne sais pas, pour faire de l'achat. Peut-être que vous avez utilisé un produit pour faire du paiement et 90 personnes sur 100 l'utilisent pour faire du transfert d'argent. Alors, il faut transformer votre produit en un produit de transfert d'argent. C'est plus simple.
So it is very important for you to go to the market and know what people are using your products to do, because you can build a platform that helps people to receive money and then they use your product to buy things. Because if, imagine you have a product where 80% of the people are using it to buy something instead of using it to pay online, then you turn your product into what they want.
Yeah. Parce qu'un entrepreneur veut faire de l'argent, c'est pas juste, it's not nest. You are not, vous n'êtes pas une œuvre de charité.
You're not a charity case.
Et beaucoup d'entrepreneurs font des choses qui leur font plaisir, parce que ça leur permet de se caresser dans le sens du poil, parce que la réalité est dure à regarder. Mais la réalité, c'est how many you have in your pocket at the end of the day. Because it's this money who can help you to stay alive. Ce n'est pas le nombre de millions que tu as levé, c'est combien tu as gagné qui fait de toi une entreprise.
It is not how much you raised, it is how much you made.
So, you need to jump quickly in the market. Il faut aller rapidement sur le terrain pour savoir ce qui vous fait gagner de l'argent ou pas. Parce que vous n'êtes pas une œuvre de charité.
So you have to go to the market and go and know what is making you gain money, because you're not a charity case.
Et nous, ça nous a fait très vite quitter, je ne vais pas dire quitter, mais investir moins dans le paiement en ligne. Aujourd'hui, par exemple, on ne met pas beaucoup d'argent dans le paiement en ligne. Et on investit de plus en plus dans l'acquisition de points de vente. Parce que ici, tu as énormément de points de vente. Ils ne sont pas équipés. Et les équipés te permettent de gagner beaucoup plus d'argent parce que le vrai trafic continue pas à passer dans les points de vente.
So it is very important that you
in our case, it helps us to move on quickly from online payment only to build also a physical point of sales network. Today we invest more in marketing and merchant acquisition for our point of sales than for our online merchants, because it is the place where we earn more money. Donc c'est l'endroit où nous gagnons le plus d'argent, c'est là où nous investissons le plus notre argent aussi. C'est aussi ça la vision d'un entrepreneur. Même si vous voulez changer les choses en tant qu'entrepreneur, que vous êtes dans l'innovation, vous devez être dans une innovation qui vous permet de rester vivant.
So even if you want to change your direction, you have to be in an innovation that makes it relevant.
Et ce que vous devez retenir, c'est que c'est un long term game.
You have to know that it's a long-term game.
Nous avons à un moment donné fait un saut pour sortir et travailler pour les services publics. Ça nous a permis de rester vivants et de construire la plateforme. Mais aujourd'hui, notre mission, c'est d'équiper les gens en solutions d'acceptation de paiement, que ce soit en ligne ou en point de vente.
So what we're trying to do is to make people feel comfortable to accept payments, even if it is online or at point of sales.
Et c'est ça notre vraie mission. Même si
And that's our true mission.
Même si à un moment donné on a fait un pas de côté par opportunisme, il est important pour un entrepreneur de savoir rattacher son opportunisme avec sa mission de long terme.
Even though at some points we had to be opportunists, it's very important that as an entrepreneur you are able to attach your opportunities to your mission.
And this is very important because today, if you can see our numbers, on a à peu près 30 000 points de vente en ligne. On a 200 boutiques qui utilisent nos points de vente, donc ça continue pas à croître, mais très vite.
We have more than 200 companies that are using our online point of sales.
Mais la réalité, c'est qu'on a certains marchands de points de vente physiques qui font à eux seuls 1 milliard de francs CFA de transactions par an. Et je n'ai aucun marchand en ligne qui a jamais fait 1 milliard tout seul, à part l'État. Je vais réexpliquer. Je dis, regardez les chiffres et restez collés.
I say watch the numbers and get stuck.
Yeah, et rester collé à ça, c'est tellement important parce que si vous regardez nos chiffres,
Because if you look at our numbers,
on a 200 points de vente physiques
we have
aujourd'hui.
200 physical stores.
Et on a 30 000 sites et applications en ligne qui utilisent notre solution.
And we have 30,000 sites online that uses our application.
Mais parmi les 200 points de vente physiques,
But among the 200 physical stores,
j'ai plusieurs marchands qui font plus d'1 milliard de francs CFA de transactions.
I have a lot of them that are doing more than 1 billion CFA.
Mais parmi les 30 000,
But among the 30,000 people online,
in 9 years, je n'ai pas un seul marchand qui a fait 1 milliard de
in
transactions.
in 9 years, I've not had one person do 1 billion.
Yeah, thanks. Et donc, ça montre très vite que le fait de rester collé aux chiffres, c'est ça qui compte. Et d'aller sur le terrain aussi. Parce que le produit qu'on a construit pour le terrain n'est pas le produit qu'on vend en ligne.
Because sometimes when you build something, it's not what for example, us, we build something and that is not what is selling.
Yeah. Donc, ce qu'on a construit pour le terrain n'est pas ce que nous vendons en ligne. Très vite, quand on a passé sur le produit physique, on allait regarder comment les gens utilisent le paiement en boutique pour l'améliorer. Et aujourd'hui, ce sont nos paiements, nos marchands en boutique qui font le plus de transactions.
So you
Next. Donc, quelques leçons que moi, j'ai appris et que je vous incite à regarder pendant cette aventure.
So these are a few lessons that I've learned and I want you guys to look at.
C'est que la première chose, c'est qu'il faut investir là où les gens sont prêts à payer.
So the first thing is to invest where people are ready to pay.
Ouais, parce que quand on regarde aujourd'hui,
Because when you look today,
les solutions que nous construisons sont fintech.
the solutions that we're building are fintechs.
Il y a une fintech and financial inclusion pour 35%.
There's fintech and financial inclusion for 35%.
Vient ensuite la logistique.
After that is logistics and e-commerce for 25%.
Enfin, comme ils sont là, EdTech.
Then there's EdTech and trainings for 25% and AgriTech and others 15%.
Mais j'ai fait un peu l'exemple, j'ai fait un peu le comparaison avec où est-ce que les investisseurs mettent de l'argent. Et rassurez-vous, les investisseurs ne sont pas fous, ils mettent de l'argent là où ça marche. C'est FinTech toujours premier, mais 55%.
You can see that where people actually put their money is FinTech at 55%.
Et regardez par exemple, petit exemple.
Now look at a small example.
EdTech, c'est le dernier.
EdTech is the last at 9%.
Donc là où les gens mettent de l'argent, par exemple, sur la EdTech, c'est le dernier.
So where people put their money in EdTech is at the end.
Mais là où les entrepreneurs mettent de l'énergie, EdTech, c'est le troisième.
Where people put their energy is they put EdTech at the third level.
Donc il faut aussi regarder ce que le marché demande pour pouvoir choisir parce que this game can kill you.
You really need to put your eyes down to see what the market wants because this game can kill you.
Next one. Les entrepreneurs africains, l'autre leçon c'est que les entrepreneurs africains.
Another lesson is that the African entrepreneurs,
quand ils commencent cette aventure, peuvent se retrouver très vite en face de plusieurs manques. On n'a pas d'infrastructure de paiement.
when they start something, they can find out that there's a lot of lack, there's a lot of infrastructure lack.
Il n'y a pas d'infrastructure de confiance.
There's no a trusted infrastructure.
Il n'y a pas d'infrastructure du dernier kilomètre. Regardez M-Pharma. Ils ont commencé dans les médicaments et la vérification des faux médicaments, mais ils terminent dans une infrastructure de confiance. Donc beaucoup de business marchent parce qu'en réalité, les gens sont obligés d'investir dans l'infrastructure. Les entrepreneurs africains investissent encore dans l'infrastructure.
So you see that a lot of businesses work because a lot of people invest in the infrastructure.
Et d'ailleurs, je pense que quelqu'un a dit ça ce matin.
I think someone said it this morning.
African entrepreneurs who succeed, on n'investit pas juste dans la solution, mais souvent vous êtes obligé de construire l'infrastructure en dessous pour pouvoir faire marcher votre solution.
People don't just create solutions anymore. They have to create an infrastructure so that their solution would work.
Et pour terminer sur ces 3 points, c'est qu'en Afrique de l'Ouest, en tout cas pour ce que j'ai vu, et même en Afrique, la pyramide de Maslow a beaucoup d'impact sur votre entreprise. Vous savez ce que c'est que la pyramide de Maslow?
And to conclude my three lessons, I want to tell you that in Africa, according to what I've seen, is that the Maslow's pyramid has a huge impact
on what business succeed and what didn't. Je ne sais pas si les gens vont encore investir dans le sommeil ici, les applications pour dormir. Les gens n'ont pas encore mangé.
I don't think people are going to invest in solutions where people sleep.
For versus the solution where who help people to eat.
Or solutions that help people to eat.
Et donc la pyramide de Maslow compte beaucoup. Nous, on a vu ça, on a commencé en ligne.
So
il n'y a pas beaucoup de business en ligne.
So the Maslow pyramid, you see that we started from the beginning, and people, not a lot of people online.
And now on est revenu à quelque chose de plus simple, de plus basique, c'est le paiement en point de vente.
And now we came back to something very basic, and that is the point of sale.
The other point you need to keep as lesson is that ecosystem and infrastructure matters. And it matters a lot. Nous, on a commencé avec une application de e-santé et il n'y avait pas de solution de paiement. Le paiement fait partie de l'infrastructure en Occident normalement. Mais ici, il n'y a pas de solution de paiement. Et donc, si tu n'as pas d'infrastructure, il n'y a pas vraiment de solution pour lancer, ou bien il n'y a pas vraiment d'opportunité pour lancer des solutions à grand impact.
So that if there's no infrastructure, it means that there's no somewhere for the solutions to land with impact.
Et donc l'écosystème est vraiment très important, les infrastructures sont importantes.
So the ecosystem is very important, the infrastructure is very important.
Ben, on a au Bénin, il y a quelques acteurs de l'écosystème qui apparaissent maintenant de plus en plus. Donc, on a des incubateurs. L'État accompagne un programme.
And in Benin, you find out that there are a lot of actors of the ecosystem because the governor has recognized some.
Yeah, they are recognizing, ils reconnaissent maintenant et agréent certaines structures d'accompagnement à l'entrepreneuriat pour créer un écosystème d'acteurs. L'État reconnaît certains acteurs et les agrée comme structure d'accompagnement à l'entrepreneuriat.
So the government is recognizing some structures and is giving accreditation to them.
Because they help entrepreneurs to be successful, or they accompany entrepreneurs in their entrepreneurship journey. We have also hubs and incubators which are among those structure government is accrediting. We have some networks and communities, Python, Google developer groups, and more new entrepreneurship communities raising. And I think it's something you can't stay very far from. We at KKP, for example, to find our first human resource developers and so on, we worked in the past very intensively with communities, developers, communities, and so on. It is a proof of capability and a big sink of people we can hire from. Donc les hubs, les communautés permettent aussi de trouver des ressources humaines pour commencer rapidement et aisément. Et ça aussi vous permet aussi de rester au contact de la réalité.
So hubs and communities help to recruit, and it also helps you to be close to the reality.
Je vais terminer pour dire que si on a pu faire tout ça,
So I'm ending by saying that if we're able to do all of this,
c'est parce que sur le chemin, il y a eu beaucoup de compétences.
it's because along the way we had a lot of competence.
Moi, je suis ingénieur en avionique, donc c'est de l'électronique et de l'informatique.
So I am an engineer in electronic and information.
Onboarded in airplane. It's airplane mechanic.
A mechanical engineer
Yeah, for airplane.
for airplanes.
At the basis. But all over the degree, what is very important are skills. The analytic skills to analyze your environment, to understand that, okay, we have these numbers, we have to analyze them differently to understand the hidden truth you can find in those numbers, your capacity to understand finance and accounting, to count your money, to determine your ARPU, your ARPU, the capacity you have with computer science to build your prototype, your MVP, because at the end of the day you are in an digital area. You wanted to build a digital products, electronic platform. All these are very important. Degree surely matters because you gain all these capacity or skills from schools, so it's important to have a degree, but all over the degree what is very important are skills. Last one. And all over the skills, what is very, very, very key, something you don't have to miss, is that, as I love to say it in French, c'est le terrain qui commande. Tu as beau avoir toutes les compétences, si tu ne descends pas sur le terrain, tu ne construiras pas de business dans ton bureau. Si tu ne vas pas rencontrer les clients, tu ne comprends pas comment ils utilisent ton application, tu ne sais pas où ils se trouvent.
Like I say, beyond your skills, you have to go to the field because it is the field that commands.
And to do that, you have 3 major recommendations. Identifiez rapidement vos outils à tester.
You have to have a prototype that they can test.
Et retourner les écouter pour améliorer et itérer. En tout cas, nous, ça fait
And
partie.
you have to go back and go and listen to them. It helped us.
Et nous, ça fait partie de notre voyage pour construire le KKP qu'on connaît aujourd'hui.
It was part of our journey to build the KKP that you know today.
Qui ne ressemble plus du tout au KKP qu'on a imaginé le premier jour. Je vous remercie.
That was the KKP that we did, that we created before. I thank you.
They say that time is up. Can we take some questions, or if you wanted to ask?
Do we have questions? Okay, one here.
Yeah. Oui.
Okay. Can I ask in English?
As you want.
Okay. My name is David. I'm the founder of Premas Tech Solutions. So you forgive me, my question will be a little bit long.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I add enough context to it. Right. So one of the things you mentioned that is very interesting is the fact that you started medtech, but you had to switch to fintech because of the gap that was in payment. And is one of the problems that developers are still facing till date, especially when you come to the Francophone ecosystem. For example, in Nigeria, it's very easy. You can integrate with Paystack, Flutterwave, and all of that. It's very easy. Even around payments and fees, it's very easy. And when you are developing global systems, it's very easy with Stripe. Even Lemon Squeeze is very easy integrating the systems. Now, a friend just asked me about one of the products we launched this year, Grain and Gains. And one of the problems we face, and now is on pause, is the payment system, right? And because it is a self-funded startup, there are certain things that we could not put into consideration. So for example, I even sent you an email. I even met your guys at your table. So I sent you people an extensive email explaining some of the challenges we faced. I was using manual payments. We had to use list out payment methods, Momo, Celtiz, but it's not really efficient because people have to screenshot their payment proof and upload, and that is not really efficient. And KKPay supports this payment system natively, right? And to integrate a platform like KakaPay into our platform that is self-funded, I noticed that you have a fee that you charge, integration fee that you charge. And let's say for mid startups, right? Especially around this ecosystem, the Benin ecosystem, the Francophone, especially for people trying to build around here. Do you have future plans to actually support this flawless integration where mid to small startups don't get to struggle with all these challenges? There's payout fees, there's, again, the integration fees now. So like the Nigerian ecosystem that is very easy to actually work with, do you actually have future plans? Now that you've actually built a long-lasting ecosystem, do you actually have future plans to grow KakaPay into a platform that supports small to medium-scale startups?
You give me the opportunity to talk about KakaPay for startup. We built, I think, now 9 months ago. But before talking about this program, let us be clear on 2 things. We do not have integration fees. To integrate KakaPay, it is for free. More than that, the first month of KakaPay using is also free. So we needed to be very clear on that. We take subscription fees from the 2nd month, but integration is free, and the first month is totally free. We never charge any merchant for integration and for the first month of usage to help you to discover the product. But because we are built now to become an infrastructure of payments, and we wanted, as you said, small beginning startup, we built a program we call KakaPay for startup. You can find it on startup.kakapay.me. And when you send your application in this program or in this, and we accept your application, you have 2 years free, 2 years free from any subscriptions to pay for 2 years. We consider that it's enough for you if you have a serious business to raise and to be able to pay $25 per month. That's what we charge, $25 per month as subscription fees, and to give it to you for free for 2 years if you are in this program. The second things we did or we do in this program is that if you are in this program, we lower transaction fees for you. We almost canceled our own fees for startup which are in this program. You can ask LocaPay, ASU. We have a lot of startups in this program right now. They don't pay our fees. They pay, or their customers only pay the mobile money operators fees, because in the fees you pay, for example, 1.5%. You have a part which is the mobile money operator fees, and the part which is KakaPay as enterprise fees, and we will waive our fees for startups which are in this program, in this KakaPay for startup program. And we also give you access to all our APIs for free, and more than that, we give you access to a free disbursement services. So maybe you don't have all the information, but if you want, we can take some time after this session to talk about it. But that's what we did and we do, and we are currently doing for startup in Benin and through the 6 countries we are operating. It's okay? Okay, thanks everyone, and my pleasure to be here.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Gilles. Oui. Alors, passons à l'action. Hein. Je nous invite tous à passer à l'action comme nous invite Monsieur Gilles à le faire. Notre prochain intervenant sera Madame Doris Abadassi. Alors, elle est analyste, programmeur et data scientist. Merci beaucoup encore de faire du bruit pour elle.
Ok, bonsoir tout le monde.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi everybody.
Hi.
Nedji. Ok. Je suis là ce soir, je me présente déjà. C'est Jospin Doris Abadassi. Je suis analyste programmeur de formation et actuellement data scientist et étudiante en data engineering. Alors, tout à l'heure, on a eu plusieurs intervenants du Nigeria. On a eu tout à l'heure M. Gilles. Et le thème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui, c'est bien sûr Beyond the Degree, au-delà des diplômes.
Okay, so previously we've had a lot of other speakers from Nigeria, and including Mr. Gilles, and the topic that we are speaking about is beyond the degree.
So, je vais faire un résumé. Alors, je vais faire un résumé de tout ce qu'on a vu aujourd'hui, mais spécialement centré sur mon expérience à moi, le domaine dans lequel je suis, disons, en griffe, je m'exerce et tout, c'est la data.
So I'm going to make a summary, but I'm going to tailor it to myself in the field I am in, which is data.
Ok. Alors, quand on parle de data, on voit les développeurs full stack, back-end, front-end, les web designers, mais au-delà, il y a ceux qui aujourd'hui agissent en coulisses pour fournir justement ce dont M. Gilles a parlé tout à l'heure, les données, c'est-à-dire transformer, extraire en fait des valeurs brutes.
So we know when we talk about roles in tech, we're always saying engineers, full stack, backend, UI, UX, and all of that. But there are people that are there to give you the numbers, like Monsieur Gilles had said previously, to give you the real numbers.
Ok. So, donc, data science ici, c'est la science des données. C'est l'art d'extraire en fait de la valeur à partir de données brutes en combinant statistiques, programmation et expertise métier pour prendre de meilleures décisions.
So data science is the act of extracting value from a bunch of other numbers, and combined with statistic, programming, and experts on getting the right decisions.
Yes, yes. C'est ce que M. Gilles expliquait tout à l'heure.
It was what Mr. Gilles was explaining before.
Ok. So, pour les sciences de données, ce qui est... si on doit parler de sciences de données, on parlera de 4 choses. D'abord, de façon technique, il y a la statistique et les mathématiques qui sont importantes. Il y a la programmation. Aujourd'hui, en matière de data, on a Python, on a R, on a Julia qui est en train de monter, on a SQL, on a le big data, on a les clouds, on a la visualisation. Et ensuite, l'expertise métier, c'est comprendre le domaine, poser les bonnes questions. Et après, on a ce qu'on appelle le data engineering, qui est de construire des pipelines, des entrepôts de données, des bases de données, de construire l'infrastructure même qui sous-tend en fait les solutions que nous avons.
So if you look at my slides, you're going to see that there are statistics and maths. You see that there are probabilities and all of that. And then for code, the programmation, you're going to see that there are languages like Python, there's SQL, there's big data and cloud visualization. And you see that there's also, so this is the act of this is how you understand numbers better. There's also data engineering, which is like the pipeline and to get like a base for the infrastructure that you're building.
Next. Alors, ici, j'avais pas prévu une présentation, en fait, j'avais prévu une discussion.
So I didn't plan a presentation. I wanted it to be like a discussion.
On va s'arrêter là.
So we're going to
Puis
stop
après,
here.
On va discuter.
And we're going to discuss later on.
Et vous allez poser des questions.
And you're going to ask your questions if you have any.
Ok. Donc, comme M. Gilles le disait, il y a 3 choses qui sont importantes.
So when Mr. J was speaking, he said that there were 3 important things.
Le diplôme,
Your degree
c'est la première étape sur la route.
is the first step on the road.
Ensuite, il y a les soft skills.
Then you have your soft skills,
Ce que vous apprenez, ce que vous développez vous-même.
what you
Et
develop yourself,
qui vous permet d'ajouter une plus-value à votre... Les relations, c'est l'opportunité.
is relationship and opportunities.
Et c'est ce que nous avons aujourd'hui.
And that's what we have here today.
Aujourd'hui, on a plusieurs invités et tout.
Today
Donc,
we
vous
have a
avez
lot of guests.
l'occasion de poser des questions, de vous rapprocher d'eux.
There's an
pour
opportunity to
poser les
meet
questions
people, to ask questions
qui vous intéressent.
that interest you.
Donc, quand on parle de compétences,
So when we talk about your competence,
j'ai déjà parlé des langages de programmation.
I've spoken about languages, programming languages.
En data science, on a aussi le machine learning et le deep learning.
So in in data science, there is machine learning and deep learning.
Okay, on a le big data.
There's the big data.
On a le cloud.
There's cloud
Avec AWS, GCP.
with AWS and GCP.
Ensuite, on a le déploiement des modèles avec le MLOps, Docker.
And that's how you deploy with MLOps and Docker.
Et ensuite, bien sûr, on a Git qu'on utilise pour le versionning de nos applications.
And then there's Git, obviously.
Ensuite, pour les soft skills, maintenant, il y a la pensée critique et analytique.
So for soft skills, there's your critical thinking and critical analytics.
C'est lorsqu'on vous parle d'un métier, vous devez poser des questions, aller au fin fond pour comprendre.
When I talk to you about something, you have to know how to go in depth about it.
Okay. Au cours de mon parcours, par exemple, j'ai eu à travailler sur des datasets qui parlent de la mutation des gènes du paludisme. Information que je n'avais pas. Je ne savais pas que le paludisme avait plusieurs gènes et qu'elles pouvaient muter. Mais grâce à un projet sur lequel j'ai travaillé, j'ai découvert cela, j'ai travaillé dessus pour voir les mutations, comment ça se passe.
So in my journey, there was a phase where I was and I had to learn about the mutation of malaria cells. And it's not like if I had known previously that your malaria can be generic. But now I have a better view and understanding of that.
Okay. Ensuite, j'ai aussi travaillé dans le domaine de l'agriculture, de l'écologie, c'est-à-dire voir les espèces dans les cours d'eau et ce que cela change dans l'écosystème. Autrement dit, j'ai jamais touché à ces secteurs, mais parce que la pensée critique, analytique est aujourd'hui l'enveloppe avec laquelle je me promène, je peux comprendre tout ce qu'on me met devant en tant que personne exerçant dans les métiers de la science de données.
So I've also worked in the agriculture department. And the reason why I'm saying all of this is because I'm trying to tell you that it is something that you as a person should have critical thinking and critical analytics to be able to work well in this area.
Ok, et qui dit pensée critique et analytique dit curiosité, dit communication.
And so when I talk about critical thinking and critical analytics, I talk about communication and curiosity.
La capacité de travailler avec d'autres personnes.
And the capacity of working with other people.
Et aussi la capacité de résoudre des problèmes complexes.
And the capacity of solving difficult issues.
Next. Ok. Alors, aujourd'hui, il y a des études qui montrent
Today there are studies that show
combien peut gagner tous ceux qui sont dans les métiers des sciences de données.
How much people make in this field.
Mais il y a ce qu'on appelle la réalité du terrain.
There's what we call the reality on the field.
Et les sciences de données aujourd'hui sont développées, mais ça dépend de chaque pays, de chaque domaine.
And even though science data is advanced, it depends on the country and the area.
Et aujourd'hui, là au Bénin, depuis quelques années déjà, le ministère du numérique s'attelle à mettre en avant justement les domaines de sciences de données.
So you would notice that the government is trying to put in certain areas these datas.
Yes. Donc, moi, j'en suis ici parce que, en fait, je ne me suis pas arrêtée à mon diplôme, comme je le disais. J'ai continué.
So I am here because, like I said, I did not just stop at my degree. I went beyond.
Je suis allée au-delà avec les certifications
I went beyond with certifications
internationales qui parfois comptent plus même que les diplômes.
international certificates that even matter more than your degree.
Parce que aujourd'hui, ce que les gens veulent voir, ce n'est pas le diplôme que vous avez, mais c'est ce que vous savez faire et ce que vous en avez fait.
Because what people want to see is not your certificate or your degree, is what you can do and what you have done.
Donc, avec les certifications aujourd'hui, vous avez non seulement des cours, mais aussi des projets concrets sur lesquels vous travaillez.
So with today's certifications, you not only have your degree, but you also have projects on which you've worked on.
Et ce qui est intéressant, c'est que vous pouvez être en train de travailler et être en même temps en train de passer une certification qui vous permet aussi dans votre boulot de passer un cap. C'est-à-dire si vous avez envie, par exemple, de glow up, d'avoir un poste supérieur, passer une certification vous le permet.
So what is even better is that you can work and still take these courses. So in case you're trying to like go higher or aim for a higher position, you can do that and then have a promotion.
Et aujourd'hui, comme plateforme,
And today, like platform,
nous avons par exemple des plateformes comme Coursera.
we have some platforms like Coursera,
Microsoft,
AWS, Kaggle,
et Datacamp.
and Datacamp.
Donc sur ces plateformes-là, vous avez plusieurs cours dans plusieurs métiers. Mais dans le domaine de la data, on va citer quelques-uns. Il y a par exemple...
So on this platform, you have different courses, but I'm just giving you the ones on data.
Vous avez par exemple la certification.
You have certifications. For example, you have certifications
sur data science,
on
Python,
data science, on
AWS,
Python,
et ainsi de suite.
and all of that.
Donc actuellement, moi, je suis une certification en data engineering sur Datacamp.
So me currently, I'm taking a class on data and engineering on Datacamp.
Yes. Next. Donc, pour moi, en fait,
so for me,
pour être meilleur dans son domaine,
to
et
be
dans
best
les
in my
sciences de
field,
données, la première chose, c'est d'apprendre, d'avoir un diplôme en informatique pour partir de la base.
So you need to first of all take a certificate to have like a certificate in technology to have a base.
La base, c'est bien sûr les langages de programmation, les maths, la
Which I would say it is mathematics and learning Python.
Ensuite, travailler sur des projets réels. J'ai parlé de Kaggle.
Then you'd work on your first project, like I said, Kaggle.
Ou identifier un problème lié à votre société, l'environnement dans lequel vous vivez.
So you can help find a problem in the area where you live.
Et ensuite passer des certifications, comme on l'a dit.
And then have certifications, like I've said previously.
Avoir un portfolio et un réseau.
Now have a portfolio and results.
Le réseau, c'est bien sûr nous qui sommes ici.
And the means to that end is we that are here.
Next. Il y a aussi des livres gratuits. Des
There are also
plateformes.
free books that you could get.
Ok, donc il y a des communautés.
There are communities.
On a par exemple Decode Benin.
For example, we have here Decode Benin, which is the first.
Qui est à la première édition. Il y a d'autres communautés, vous pouvez chercher sur Google.
There are other communities you can also find online.
Next. Et après, Ce que je vous conseille, c'est d'avoir un bon mindset
And what I would advise you to do is to have a good mindset
qui vous permet de vous adapter à toutes les circonstances et à toutes les personnes, à tous les métiers.
that would help you to be able to conform yourself to every thought, every teaching,
Créer des opportunités,
create opportunities,
développer son leadership naturel,
develop your natural leadership,
essayer de faire des projets qui ont des impacts durables
and try to hop on projects that have like long-term durations
et avoir une liberté professionnelle.
and have a professional liberty.
Next. Donc, merci de m'avoir suivi.
So thank you for following up with me.
En conclusion, je dirais donc que chaque problème au Bénin, au Nigeria, en Afrique
So every problem in Benin, in Nigeria and in Africa
a une solution.
have a solution.
Vous pouvez commencer aujourd'hui.
So you
peu
can start
importe là où
today,
vous êtes,
no matter where you are.
et vous avez Decode Benin aujourd'hui qui vous accompagne.
And we have Decode Benin here that is helping us do that.
Merci.
Thank you. Si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez la rejoindre à la fin. If you have questions, you can please meet her at the end. Thank you. Okay, merci beaucoup pour ça. Thank you very much for that wonderful session. So our next speaker is going to be Samuel Afolabi. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome him to the stage?
Hi, everybody. Hello. Sorry, can you help me take this down? 24, please come. Yeah. My hand is at all. Yep. Sorry, can you help him? Like, I want everyone to be able to see this, because I've been struggling to see everybody's slide, and given the fact that I have to rush, I want people to take pictures. Are you happy? Yeah, thank you. All right. Okay, so they had to cut my time short, so I'll move really fast. I don't know how to stay in one place, so you pardon me. I have to move around. Okay, so the very first task I want everybody to do right now is to open their phones. Especially if you're an indigene of this country. Open your phone, go to Google. I want you to type cyber attacks.
Can you translate?
Oh, okay, yeah, no worries. Let's go. I can speak. Oh, no, sorry. That was a joke. Okay, I want every indigene.
Ok, je voudrais que tout le monde
Go to Google.
aille sur Google,
Type cyber attacks.
que vous tapez cyberattaque.
I can spell it, or do you want me to? CYBER, cyber attacks in Benin Republic.
Cyberattaque en République du Bénin.
Yeah, cyber attacks in Benin Republic. Now, while you're doing that, this is to give you a foundation and also an idea of what I'll be talking about.
C'est pour vous donner une idée de ce dont nous allons parler.
Decoding cybersecurity.
Decoding cyber.
Career tracks for the next generation.
Suivi de carrière pour les générations à venir.
Now, when I went out there, I saw a lot of fintech emerging from this country.
Quand j'étais là-bas, j'ai vu beaucoup de fintech.
And it's quite interesting that
Et c'était très intéressant.
I hope they don't learn the hard way.
J'espère qu'ils n'aiment pas la façon difficile.
All right, because the cyber domain
Parce que le domaine de la cyber,
is really volatile.
c'est très volatile.
And we keep hearing,
Quand il s'agit de business.
most especially. All right, I'm Samuel Afolabi. You can call me Lord Sam. I'm a principal cybersecurity consultant.
Je suis Samuel Afolabi, vous pouvez m'appeler Sam, et je suis consultant en cybersécurité.
Yeah, I've been around for a while.
Et je suis là depuis un moment.
Next slide, please. Yeah, most people enter through the wrong door.
La plupart des gens commencent de la mauvaise façon.
Cybersecurity is a tree with different branches.
Alors, la cybersécurité est très importante et dans différents domaines.
So, just like the medical field,
Un peu comme la médecine,
you have surgeons,
nous avons les
dentists,
chirurgiens, les
gynecologists, and so on.
et ainsi de suite.
In cybersecurity, there are different domains.
Dans la cybersécurité, il y a également différents domaines.
Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. I've covered this. Okay, next slide. Okay, so in the cybersecurity field,
Dans le domaine de la cybersécurité,
there are 3 domains.
il y a 3 différents domaines.
There is the good guys,
Il y a les bons gars,
the not so good guys,
ceux qui ne sont pas très bons,
and the bad guys.
et les très mauvais.
Next slide. So yes, we have the offensive.
Nous avons les défenseurs.
These are, in other words, you call them attackers,
En d'autres termes, on les appelle les attaquants
or you call them ethical hackers.
ou
Let me break it down. Ethical hackers, H-A-C-K-E-R.
les attaquants éthiques.
Now, in our world,
Dans notre monde,
hackers hack for 4 reasons.
les hackers, ils hackent pour 4 raisons.
For money, for fun, for fame, for power.
Pour l'argent, pour le fun, pour le pouvoir,
Money, fun,
l'argent, le plaisir,
fame,
la popularité et le pouvoir.
Yeah, money is usually the most,
Et l'argent est le plus important.
it's a good incentive to hack.
Yes.
All right. So there are 3 categories of hackers.
Donc, il y a 4 catégories de hackers.
We have the white hats.
Nous avons le
These
chapeau
are the
blanc
good guys.
qui sont les bons.
Companies pay them to hack into their facility
Et ils sont payés par les entreprises pour hacker les
so that they
structures,
know how vulnerable they are.
et ainsi de suite. Et ainsi, ils pourront savoir où ils en sont.
We have the black hats.
Nous avons les chapeaux noirs.
Now, these are folks that they hack without your authorization.
Ce sont ceux qui hackent sans votre autorisation.
And yeah, most times it's because of money.
Et généralement, ils le font à cause de l'argent.
And some do it for fun.
Et d'autres le font pour le fun.
It could be an 18-year-old somewhere.
Ça peut être quelqu'un de 18 ans quelque part.
Now we have the grey hats, G-R-E-Y.
Et nous avons le chapeau gris.
Now, they hack without authorization,
Ils hackent sans autorisation.
but they don't really hack for money. They just want to, they do it for fun and for power.
Mais généralement, ils le font pour le fun, pour s'amuser.
Now, in the 3 domains of cybersecurity,
Dans les 3 domaines de la
the
cybersécurité,
hackers I'm talking about
les hackers dont je parle,
are the white hats.
ce sont les chapeaux blancs.
People like me,
Comme moi.
people like 24. All right, these are folks that, businesses engage.
Et
These are people that businesses engage
ok, ce sont ceux pour lesquels les business sont en train de tourner.
to find loopholes, flaws, weaknesses.
Ok.
These are people, companies engage to find weaknesses.
Ces derniers sont ceux que les entreprises engagent dans le but de trouver des failles dans les systèmes.
This one I want to say, I hope you know it. Vulnerabilities.
Vulnérabilité.
Awesome. So, next slide. So these are some ways, all right, to go into the, offensive domain of cybersecurity.
Voici des moyens pour intégrer le domaine offensif de la cybersécurité.
You can take a screenshot because of time, I will not be able to run through
Vous
this.
pouvez prendre une capture d'écran si vous voulez.
1 minute of wait. Next slide. Now, the defenders.
Les défenseurs.
Now, if you are keeping something very important in your facility, you will need a security guard, right?
Oui, lorsque vous gardez quelque chose de très important dans votre entreprise, vous aurez besoin de gens pour assurer la sécurité.
Yeah, this is where the defenders of cybersecurity comes into play.
C'est à ce moment que ceux-ci entrent en jeu.
You have someone trying to break in,
Vous avez quelqu'un qui essaie de casser la défense.
and you have someone trying to prevent the other person from breaking in.
Et vous avez d'autres qui essaient d'empêcher les autres d'entrer dans votre système.
Next slide. These are the fields you can come in through for the defensive side of cybersecurity.
Voici les secteurs dans lesquels vous pouvez intégrer quand il s'agit de cybersécurité.
Take a screenshot. I won't be able to walk through it. Next slide. Yes, the governors.
Les gouverneurs.
So I said there are three categories, and there are folks we jokingly call the police. Police.
La police.
Policia. Oh, I think that's Spanish, sorry. So this is usually called governance, risk, and compliance.
Ceci est généralement appelé risque de plainte.
Yeah, so the right policies, the right as in rights.
Ok, d'accord. Il rédige les conditions.
Thank you. They measure risks.
Ils mesurent les risques.
They sit where the decisions get made.
Et ils sont présents là où les décisions doivent être prises.
Now, the offensive will break in.
Le défenseur va détruire.
The defensive will secure.
Et celui qui doit défendre également doit attaquer.
GRC will make sure they are doing it the right way. GRC. Yeah. The governance, risk and compliance.
Ok. Le GRC va s'assurer que les deux acteurs font leur travail comme cela se doit.
Will make sure they are doing it the right way.
Ils assurent que le travail est bien fait.
Yeah, these are the 8 seats. I mean, 8 out of many seats at the table of governance, risk and compliance.
Et voici les 8 secteurs quand il s'agit des gouverneurs.
You can take a screenshot. Where I come from, we call it Chakam. Next slide. So, you don't need to love offense. You don't need to love defense. You need to find your world. Now, my purpose of being here is to, it's quite interesting when I was picking this topic. I didn't want to come here and start hacking. Sorry, I forgot to have a tapita. It's quite interesting when I was picking this topic.
Ok, c'est très intéressant pendant que je parlais de ce sujet.
I had to make a decision.
Je devais prendre une décision.
Between introducing you to cybersecurity.
Entre vous expliquer ou vous présenter la cybersécurité.
Or demonstrating hacking.
Ou vous démontrer comment hacker.
But then I don't want to create a criminal before I leave Benin Republic.
Mais je ne voudrais pas créer des criminels avant de quitter ici.
So, the domain is not new. The cybersecurity domain is not new.
Ok, le domaine de la cybersécurité n'est pas du tout nouveau.
It's been existing for a long time.
Ça existait depuis très longtemps.
And for an economy like Benin,
et pour une colonie comme le Bénin,
it's become very essential.
Cela devient très important.
That we have a lot of cybersecurity professionals in the country.
Que nous puissions avoir beaucoup de professionnels en cybersécurité sur le pays.
And my role here, the purpose I'm here,
la raison pour laquelle je suis ici,
is to expose you to this field.
Et pour vous présenter ce domaine.
So you have enough professionals to defend your nation.
Afin que vous puissiez avoir assez de professionnels pour défendre votre nation.
That was why I asked you to go to Google.
Voilà la raison pour laquelle je vous demandais d'aller sur Google
cyber attacks in Benin.
Et de vérifier cyber attack in Benin.
How many millions did you see?
Combien de millions avez-vous vu?
Nobody checked. Sorry? Cyber attacks in Benin. Nobody checked. And I came with gifts. Anyways, beyond the degree, next slide.
Personnellement,
I didn't go into the field with a degree.
Je ne me suis pas lancé dans le domaine avec un diplôme.
I never went to university.
Je ne suis pas allé à l'université pour ça.
There is a popular place in Nigeria called Computer Village. I don't know the similar one here.
Il y avait un endroit populaire au Nigeria qu'on appelle le village des ordinateurs.
Where do you have in Benin where you go to repair your laptops, your phones? What's the place called? Don't you help me? You don't know? Oh my. Is that? Please say it louder so they hear. Yeah, that kind of place. That was where I started my career from. Please say, that was where I started my career.
Ok, il y avait un endroit populaire au Nigeria qu'on appelait le village de l'informatique.
Yes,
Et
you
c'est
don't
là où
need
j'ai
a
commencé.
degree to bust into this field.
Vous n'avez pas besoin de diplôme pour commencer là.
Yes, I'll say it. You don't need a degree to bust into this field.
Vous n'avez besoin d'aucun diplôme pour travailler dans ce domaine.
Next slide. Now, here are 3 things I want you to leave with today. Here are 3 things
Ok, il y a 3 choses que je voudrais vous dire.
I want you to live with today.
Je voudrais vous donner aujourd'hui 3 choses.
First, next slide. A strong foundation with a lasting mastery.
Une fondation très forte qui pourra durer longtemps.
This is general knowledge.
Ce sont des connaissances
For
générales.
every field, for every work or whatever you want to do in life, you need a foundation.
Quel que soit le domaine dans lequel vous êtes, vous avez besoin de fondation.
Again, Chakam. Snap it, because I can't run through all of these given the time. All right, these are foundational courses you can use to establish a baseline
Voilà des cours très importants que vous pouvez utiliser pour établir une base,
going into the field.
pour intégrer ce domaine.
And it's free.
Et c'est gratuit.
Next slide. Yes, we have Try Acme.
Nous avons Try Acme.
Okay, good. You can say that. These are, platforms where you can now start getting your hands dirty.
Ce sont des plateformes sur lesquelles vous pouvez commencer à apprendre un peu le développement, la cybersécurité.
I will not lie to you, it's not entirely free. It is not entirely free.
Ok, ce n'est pas complètement gratuit sur ces plateformes.
For starters, it's free,
Pour les débutants, c'est complètement
but as
gratuit.
you grow, you have to pay.
Et au fur et à mesure que vous évoluez, vous devez payer.
And it's in dollars.
Et c'est en dollars.
More like 10, 12. Don't worry, don't use community can sponsor. Next slide, please. And yes, practice. Very important.
Pratiquer encore et encore, c'est très important.
You don't gain mastery by just learning and relaxing.
Vous n'évoluez pas dans le domaine juste en apprenant et en
You
vous
need to
reposant.
practice.
Vous avez besoin de pratiquer
Practice.
encore et encore.
Let me come here and say it very well. Practice.
Pratiquer.
Practice.
Pratiquer.
Practice. Oh, nice. Next slide. Thank you. I'll take questions. Questions? Anyone? I have a gift. Thank you. You can say it out loud. I didn't plan for questions, but I'm ready to take your question, please.
Last one.
Well done.
Do you feel that cybersecurity will be like the next gen popular demanding part of computer science? Like, what is your take on
Oh, okay. Great. Awesome. Cybersecurity is not part of computer science. That's one thing you should know. Okay? It's not next gen. It's been existing for a long time. All right? And it's here to stay. Even with the emergence of AI, it's even changing the landscape heavily. The demand is already high. All right? The demand is high. Those 3 steps I gave to you, all right? Most people say, I'll be honest with you, there is a debate that is not an entry-level field. You need to have, like, some foundation in other fields, but you can go in with those steps I dropped. It's already in demand. This guy is making the money. You see this dude? Yeah. I will be honest, I'm also earning the money. Okay? So it's not just coming. It's here to stay. Thank you. Awesome. Please just shout it out loud. I have 2 more minutes. I was counting the time. Yes, please.
What's your take on vibe hackers? Do you have vibe hackers today?
Yeah? Great. So.
That guy is laughing. Now the question is, what's your take on vibe hackers? People that mix AI and
Awesome. So even before vibe hacking came, there are folks we call script kiddies. They just go online, they copy some scripts and start using it. Now, vibe, I mean, you can, using a, ChatGPT is free, Claude is free, they can basically just, but the interesting thing about the generative AIs we have these days is the fact that you can't tell Claude, how can I hack a bank, and it will give you. So that's a control there. I know you're a dev, all right? Now, an interesting thing is, as you are vibe coding, ensuring you are putting certain security checks in place. I don't want to call him Cruz, but Chukwemeka, All right, the person that spoke about, system design and all of that. I'm glad he mentioned certain things. I think you were there. All right, you cannot entirely eradicate vibe hackers. They are here to, as the world is evolving, we have hackers also like evolving. The major thing is for you to put certain controls in place to prevent, some 13-year-old somewhere to take down your system. All right. I saw one hand there, and that will be the last question I'll be taking. You can meet me outside. Yes. Just shout it out, don't worry. Yep. I mentioned it's not free. You're looking for freebies. I can't think of one. All right. However, like I said, there's a free plan for these courses. Okay, you can start with, and also YouTube is your friend. All right, and that will be all from me. You can meet me outside, please.
Thank you very much for that very insightful session. So we're going to move on to our second panel of the day, and I'm going to invite the moderator, Ores. Please put our hands together for him.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are still with us. Okay, my name is Ores. Personally, I'm a web developer. For tonight, I will be the moderator for this panel session. Okay, so I would like to introduce our speakers. So we have Mr. Fridaus, ingénieur en front-end. Divine Kenayon. And Akujo, Akujo be praised. So the panel session will be in French. So, but I would like we have most of the people speaking English, introducing in English. Ok, donc comment va se dérouler le panel? Nous aurons déjà une question générale que chacun de vous pourra répondre. Ensuite, des questions individuelles. Et enfin, si le public veut poser des questions, ils pourront vous poser tranquillement. C'est bon pour tout le monde? Ok. Donc, ma première question s'adresse à vous trois. Donc, je voudrais vous demander quel est l'avantage de démarrer sa carrière tech depuis le Bénin. Étant donné que vous êtes des modèles, quel serait d'après vous l'avantage de démarrer sa carrière depuis le Bénin? Donc, j'aimerais demander déjà directement à vous, Monsieur Price.
Ok. Si c'est possible, je peux répondre les questions en anglais, c'est possible? Oui, c'est mieux parce que... Okay, so I think the question was what the advantage would be to start my career in the Benin Republic, right? That was what he asked basically, and yeah, I mean, first of all, you need to understand that Benin Republic is a very special state, yeah. So, and what that means is here people tend to be very rigorous with how they operate, right? And there's a very straightforwardness to how they work, how they build stuff. So it's unlike Nigeria where we have an any IB maybe a mentality. Here they go by the books, right? So if you've worked with Beninese or you learn alongside Beninese, you realize that you have to do things by the book. So in my opinion, I think the fact that everything is done the way it should be, and I know that sometimes it's good to improvise and then do things like the non-conventional way, but you quickly learn that here in Benin, everyone does things the way it's supposed to be, and for me, I think that's an advantage to studying here. Yeah.
Bonsoir à tous. Je suis Divine Kenayon, analyste programmeur de formation. J'exerce en tant que développeuse full stack et je suis data analyst en formation. L'avantage qu'a un jeune professionnel en commençant au Bénin, c'est que le numérique au Bénin est en pleine expansion. Il y a la CIN, il y a le SCOP qui organise beaucoup de formations, il y a beaucoup de programmes de formation. On a parlé tout à l'heure des certifications, des formations après le diplôme. Aujourd'hui, il y a une panoplie de formations au Bénin qu'offre le gouvernement et qu'offrent ces sociétés-là. Et au-delà de ce fait, le numérique au Bénin est au début, on va dire, et il y a beaucoup de problèmes dans plusieurs domaines, dans la santé, dans d'autres domaines que le numérique, auxquels vous pouvez penser, trouver des solutions et être les premiers à lancer vos solutions au Bénin. Merci.
Ok. I'm Epundo Tanda. I'm a front-end engineer. Je vais parler en français. L'avantage de commencer sa carrière au Bénin, c'est que comme Divine l'a dit, il n'y a encore rien qui est fait au Bénin. C'est-à-dire, si on finit l'université aujourd'hui en Occident, les idées qu'on peut avoir par rapport à notre expérience sont déjà faites et mieux faites. Alors qu'ici, rien n'est encore fait. C'est-à-dire, si demain quelqu'un essaye de faire une application de, je ne sais pas, comme Gozem, l'application la peut prendre, mais ne pourra pas prendre de la même façon si elle était faite en Occident. Je ne sais pas si vous comprenez ce que je veux dire. Puisqu'il n'y a encore rien qui est fait ici, on a encore une base pour pouvoir construire là-dessus. Et ça aide aussi les juniors, ceux qui viennent de sortir d'université, à pouvoir être plus crédibles sur le marché de l'emploi, tout simplement.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc ce que je retiens, c'est que vraiment, on est dans un écosystème où, depuis le Bénin, on peut vraiment évoluer dans la tech. Donc déjà, Fridaus, j'aurais une question pour toi. Donc, le front-end, c'est la première chose que l'utilisateur voit. Donc, comment un développeur basé depuis le Bénin peut-il respecter les standards mondiaux en termes de design, en termes de règles, et respecter en fait tout ce que demandent les clients? Merci.
Je pense que je peux parler dedans. Je peux parler ici. Ok. Je pense que la première règle, quand on est en Afrique en général, c'est de ne pas vouloir faire comme les Occidentaux. C'est-à-dire que si on veut que nos applications respectent des normes internationales, il faut juste qu'elles fonctionnent et qu'elles fonctionnent bien. Il n'y a pas vraiment de règles il faut qu'il y ait du MFA quelque part, il faut qu'il y ait je ne sais pas quoi quelque part. Il faut juste que ça fonctionne et que ça fonctionne bien, que ça réponde bien aux attentes du public. Un exemple simple, c'est que si vous grandissez en Europe, c'est-à-dire avant 2010, tout le monde communiquait par email. Alors que ici, en 2010, je ne pense pas qu'il y ait beaucoup de personnes ici qui communiquaient par email. Ce qui fait que là-bas, ils sont habitués à la culture des emails. Si vous faites une application là-bas et le support est avec email, ça va marcher. Mais si vous faites une application ici, que le support est avec email, je suis sûr qu'il y a des gens qui ont entre 18 et 30 ans qui ne savent pas utiliser d'email, qui ne savent pas faire d'email. Du coup, c'est mieux de penser à faire des applications où le support c'est WhatsApp ou SMS ou appel même directement, plutôt que d'utiliser des emails. Et c'est comme ça qu'on pourra se conformer au marché international. C'est mon opinion.
D'accord, merci. D'accord, merci beaucoup. Donc, Divine, ta question, donc, on ira vite pour tenir le temps. Donc, beaucoup d'étudiants ici pensent qu'il faut un titre pour être un leader. Comment pratiquer le leadership avant même d'avoir un emploi dans la tech?
Pour pratiquer le leadership avant même d'avoir un emploi dans la tech, il faut travailler vos soft skills. Il y a Madame Doris qui a présenté tout à l'heure un bon nombre de soft skills à avoir. Vous avez un diplôme. Le diplôme, c'est votre clé pour entrer. Dites-vous que le diplôme, c'est votre clé pour entrer dans une maison. Et la maison, c'est le monde après le diplôme. Le diplôme ne vous apprend pas à balayer la maison, le diplôme ne vous apprend pas à ranger la maison. Il vous faut savoir vous adapter. Donc, il faut de l'adaptabilité. Il faut arriver à apprendre en continu. Je suppose que vous avez une compétence donnée et vous vous retrouvez dans un écosystème qui a besoin d'une autre compétence. Vous devez avoir de la facilité à apprendre et à rapidement prendre en main les choses. Et surtout, il faut travailler en fait. Avant d'entrer dans une entreprise, il faut travailler votre présence, il faut travailler votre manière de vous vendre. Si vous avez une compétence, vous n'arrivez pas à la vendre, ça ne sert à rien. Donc c'est de petites choses qu'il faut travailler, la capacité de s'adapter, la capacité de se vendre, travailler son personal branding, la manière dont les gens vous perçoivent. C'est une manière de travailler votre leadership et déjà de commencer à vous faire voir avant d'avoir une carrière professionnelle. Merci.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Akujobi, je posais ta question en anglais. So I would like to ask you, according to you, what are the three main concepts a backend developer which is building solution in our African context should know, should master?
Is this working? Okay, let's say one could be data handling, right? I think as an engineer building for Africa, I think we should learn how to manage data. Not necessarily only building for Africa, but building generally, we should learn how to manage data. I think we should learn how to scale. Yeah, I know. I heard someone who I respect so much say the term scaling is just it's a fugazi. It's fairy dust. You know, it's just something that people just say. But then again, you need to realize that when you have a system that has 500 users, right, and opposed to a different system that has 50,000 users, you know, there are differences. You know, there's the way you handle data between these two systems with different users. It impacts the server, impacts the database. So you need to learn how to scale as an engineer. You need to learn how to build reliable systems, right? So some scalable, reliable systems, yes. And this majorly impacts in fintech generally. Like for example, how to still continue a process during and after failure. Then this is something that a lot of fintechs fail to do, and I've seen lots of corrections anyways, where today systems fail and the system can auto-correct and auto-heal itself. Yes, but then it then happens that a lot of people fail to understand there's a concept where you can, even in microservice architecture, when one system fails to contact the other system, the system should be able to, even when, let's say for example system A, and there's a system A and a system B, for example. System A tries to contact system B to process, let's say, a payment, for example, and system A fails to reach system B. System A should have a system where it continually tries to reach out to system B and try to process that payment. And whenever system B comes back up, it should process successfully. So these are certain things that engineers should learn how to do, learn how to handle multiple systems, learn how to grow systems here. I think they are like, it's like it's somewhere up there here.
Okay, thank you very much. So, ok, nous avons une dernière question pratique pour tout le monde. Donc, des enquêtes montrent qu'en fait, la barrière de la langue anglaise est un vrai obstacle, surtout dans notre contexte ici. Donc, chacun d'entre vous, en une ou deux phrases, c'est quoi votre stratégie concrète pour progresser, c'est-à-dire pour briser cette barrière de la langue, surtout dans le télétravail? Et donc, si vous avez des ressources, des tips à partager avec nous, n'hésitez pas. So, on va commencer avec
Aujourd'hui, 95% des ressources que nous avons dans notre domaine, dans le domaine du numérique, sont en anglais. Ça voudra dire que si vous maîtrisez que le français, vous avez accès à environ que 5% de tout ce que vous pouvez avoir comme ressources. Et c'est vraiment un vrai frein si vous voulez évoluer. Personnellement, comment je fais pour améliorer mon niveau en anglais? Déjà, l'année dernière, je me suis donné un challenge d'évoluer en termes d'anglais d'améliorer mes compétences. Et chaque jour, quand je vais au boulot, chaque matin, j'écoute un podcast en anglais. J'essaye de... C'est des choses pratiques à faire. Vous allez voir un coach, vous irez faire des formations, mais après la formation, si vous ne pratiquez pas au quotidien, vous allez encore tout oublier. Donc chaque matin, j'écoute un podcast en anglais. Je fais l'effort d'écouter des chansons en anglais. Aujourd'hui, si vous voulez suivre des tutos, la plupart des tutoriels sont en anglais. Donc, que de gré ou de force, vous allez devoir suivre le tutoriel et essayer de comprendre quand même. Il y a assez de ressources, en ligne pour améliorer son niveau. Et je pense qu'avant de se lancer dans tout ça, il y a le TOEFL qui a un test de niveau qui est en ligne. La suggestion, c'est déjà passer le test pour avoir une idée de votre niveau, pour savoir avec quelles ressources vous tournez. Donc, je pense que l'anglais se pratique au quotidien. Je suis également actuellement une formation en anglais parce que je sens vraiment que j'ai vraiment besoin d'avoir un bon niveau en anglais. Si je veux évoluer, si je veux atteindre le monde international, il me faut un niveau en anglais. Et je pense qu'il faut beaucoup de détermination. Toutes les ressources sont en ligne. Vous allez juste taper en ligne, je veux améliorer mon niveau en anglais, YouTube, vous aurez beaucoup de ressources. C'est de la détermination, de la discipline au quotidien. Et tout ce que vous y mettez, vous allez y arriver.
Moi, je pense que la première étape, c'est de faire en sorte que son environnement proche soit en anglais. C'est-à-dire, vous mettez votre téléphone en anglais, votre ordinateur en anglais, vous essayez de lire que des sites internet en anglais. Quand je prends une documentation, ne pas la traduire en français, parce que c'est trop facile. Et en plus, il y a des mots qu'on ne peut pas traduire en français. J'en veux pour preuve, quand on faisait les speaks tout à l'heure, le traducteur avait un petit peu de mal à traduire certains thèmes trop techniques quand c'est en anglais. Nous-mêmes, en français, on dit ça en anglais. Donc, il faut juste se mettre dans un environnement où on parle constamment anglais et normalement, ça devrait aller. Je pense aussi que ce n'est pas forcément un problème seulement pour les francophones. Je parlais tout à l'heure avec Imam, right? Je parlais avec Imam tout à l'heure et il essayait de dire quelques mots en français. Je pense que le problème général, c'est que on apprend anglais, français, tout ça là, à l'école, au collège. Et on n'essaye pas vraiment d'approfondir ce genre de notions-là. Donc je pense que c'est juste une question de volonté. Il faut parler, même si on parle mal. Je lui parlais mal anglais tout à l'heure. Le principal, c'est de se faire comprendre.
Resources in English. That doesn't apply to me because I'm already Anglophone. But then I'll rephrase the question in such a way to ask, how will an English-speaking person adapt to working in a French environment? Now that's now interesting. So when I first joined Kakiape, I thought I could speak French. I realized that I couldn't speak French because I then met a culture where they had meetings every day, not just every Monday and Friday like other companies, every single day. And then you needed to present and talk about what you did within the week and what you intend to accomplish for the week. And I needed to submit documents. We sent documents to government offices and they needed to be clean. And sometimes no one has the time to proofread what you've done. So you have to make sure that what you've done is good. And this was before ChatGPT became a thing. So you had to then, find a way. So working in French was an experience for me. It helped me grow. It helped me improve my French. But it was difficult. Even though I studied in French and I could speak some French, it's one thing saying hello, bonjour, je vais acheter, and then having to work in professional settings where there are new words to learn, new terminologies to use, and how to literally explain to your team how you tend to accomplish some technicalities in the work you do. But yeah, so my tip to people who are Anglophone and trying to port to working maybe here in Benin, or English students who study computer science and want to work in French companies, I think you should just skip the fear, because I had the fear of fucking up messing up at the office, So just skip the fear. Try to put yourself into the job. Try to speak more with your colleagues. when I got there, he didn't speak any French, any English when I got there. And I tried to teach him some English, and he tried to teach me some French, and that just it. So I think the more time you spend around French people, you would adapt and you would learn and pick up more French. And it goes the same with them. The more time they spend with us, we rub off our English speakingness to them. That's it. Thank you.
D'accord, merci beaucoup, Frédéric Divine et Akuchobi. Je prononce bien? Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc déjà, à travers cette session, on voit que depuis chez nous au Bénin, les opportunités sont là, le milieu se construit. Donc je vous remercie tous pour cette session. Donc nous allons nous arrêter là. J'espère que chacun de vous a pu profiter également de ce panel et apprendre de nos panélistes. Donc n'hésitez pas à vous rapprocher d'eux. Comme Akuchobi l'a dit, passons à l'action, skip share and take action. Merci beaucoup.
Merci infiniment à tous d'être là. À présent, nous allons inviter notre prochain intervenant, Martial Thierry, qui viendra ici nous parler de l'innovation locale et de la croissance durable. Je vous prie de faire du bruit pour Martial. Ce n'est pas assez fort, j'ai l'impression que vous êtes fatigué. S'il vous plaît, put your hands together for Martial.
Slides, hello everybody, good afternoon. We do a game, so this side we choose good, you guys will be afternoon, so you will follow my movement. So when I do the movement, we pronounce the word that's good to you, right? So at the time, I will say good for everybody, and we will say in the space, or in space, right? Good, follow up. No. We started by good, you are good, so good. All good in space. That's good. So good afternoon, everybody. While the presentations start, we show up. My name is Marshall Thierry Changole. I'm a scientific entrepreneur. I have a background with mathematics, physics, science applied, and later on in entrepreneurship, business management, program management, and recently program I formed as a consultant for international project management for climate change fields applied to research development and transdisciplinary research development and application development. So, thank you so much. So before the slide, I'm a founder and CEO at Cosmolab Hub. So Cosmolab Hub, which was founded since 2019, and we work in different areas. What we do is research development applications, one again, but across different sectors. EdTech, education technologies, climate tech, fintech, deep tech in general, apply now or thanks to space technologies. But before dive into it, before dive into the presentation, into the thematic, let me first congratulate you all for being here since the morning. You came, you sat down, you just at the place. I knew how it's difficult, and most of the time people ask first, is there meal at the event before attended? But you are sit there You are here. It's not for entertainment, but you are just here learning, sharing, hearing from people. That's a good step, a first step of leadership. So applause for yourself, please. Once more, we will applaud for the person who has this initiative. I remember the first time he met me. It's a Sunday after 9 p.m. She came to say, sir, I had to meet you. We had to discuss. You had to present. You had to talk about what you did at Cosmola Hub at the Decode Benin. So here we are. Let's please applaud her once again. Now, quickly, I will, unfortunately, the time is up, and I will, go behind, please. Why this thematic? Esteem. No, behind, the previous slide, please, once again. So, I'm going on to talk about innovation in esteem, or things to esteem applied into different areas. But esteem stands for some things that we will dive into it briefly next. But for something really important that I want you guys to, that I want to highlight and I want you to keep in mind is when it's come to choose a career or a domain, is a strategic choice. It's not just for passion, not just for luck, or not just for opportunities, but it should be a strategic choice. So why? Of course, having a diploma is a sum up of knowledge, a resume of what you learned during your career, during your, at school, academic schools. So, and all those knowledge, again, please. Now, when it's come to professional careers, the professional career is a sum up of your capital of confidence and trust. So people who will hire you to have to trust on you is a capital of competencies as well, of skills, plus mindset of success. So you have to have a mindset of success, plus your leadership that's applied to all these things, we aggregate of all this to put you and to place you at a higher recommended place in top management in the system, so that you might bring a value to the company who is going to hire you. So this is a quote I put there. Si vous pensez que votre diplôme suffit pour réussir dans la tech, alors vous êtes déjà en retard. Which literally mean if you think a diploma is enough to work in the tech industry, you are already late. So why? Because the world is not hiring diplomas or people who having diploma. Is hiring a solver problems or problem solvers. World and company, firms, corporate or non-corporate are recruiting, hiring problem solvers. And problems are everywhere. Of course, problems are in Benin, and those problems are opportunities. Next slide, please. Those problems are opportunities. And those opportunities you have to look at. Those opportunities, why choose, in Benin we have something that we call Vision à l'AFIA 2060, which is an action plan of Benin for next 50 and 100 years. So it's a strategic document worked and designed by the government that everybody should know about it, master it, and place himself in those domains, in those priorities for the government in terms of opportunities or careers, how he will align his career or his skills or competencies in those domains so that he might be on the market in the due time. Are we together? Yeah. So you might be on the market at the due time so that those opportunities, when the government will launch an application to hiring people, or opportunity to invest in a specific business, you might be on top, you might be ready because you are already prepared to get hired. So you have to master any country, where, no matter the country you are working on or you are living, you have to know the policies around careers, around what else? Careers in the countries, so that you may place yourself in those fields. In Benin, there are 15 strategic objectives, but with the government is focusing on 4 areas. The first one is peace. The second one is governance, good governance and ability. The third one is prosperity. And the fourth one is attractions. So there are different applications, different solutions that might be developed in those areas, in each of them. Next slide. We see something. So now, the question we have to ask is, no matter the background we have, where our knowledge, our skills might be applied in those areas which are priorities for the government. So the first one, we can say science. Science is a sum of biology, physics, chemistry, and so on that we learn at school, right? The technology are tools that we use to solve problems. So people design those technologies, while some build up them. Those are the ones who use them to solve specific problems. Another one is engineering. So we heard about a lot of engineers here on the stage. There are art as well. People are in the art field. So those are who use their mindset, their creative ideas, apply to a specific area to narrate, to create a storytelling about things that they narrate to people, to audience, so that those products might be well sold. Because engineers most of the time have technical jargons, and we talk about they don't have the abilities to sell the product. So we need those people in art areas. And math as well, math which are the cornerstone of everything. So we heard about data scientists and so on and so forth. Innovation, which is important, and entrepreneurship. So no matter where we are, no matter the field, no matter the domain, there is entrepreneurship which apply in all those areas. So how the entrepreneurship works, we will see quickly. Next slide, please. But before going into the next one, so the first stage of entrepreneurship is having skills, of course. So the entrepreneur is somebody who have skills. The second stage is the self-employed. So one, he can use his own skills to earn money, writing codes, hire people, and later on, business owner. So business owner is the person who draw up the rules that the company will follow up to sustain over the time. And now it's, and it has to scale up the rules. So now, so all this, talking about all this, we bring us, please next slide, we bring us to some things, which is in space industry. Who known about space or have heard about space industry before? Please, raise your hand. Space technologies, space industry. Who know about SpaceX? SpaceX, Blue Origin, NASA's. Well, so that's, I'm going to tell you how, no matter the background you have, you can apply those knowledge into space industry. Because first, me, myself, from Benin, that's why we're talking about local innovations. I've been a national point of contact of Space Generation Advisory Council for 2 years, which is a United Nations Advisory Council to work about space application, development, and so on and so forth. While previously I have background in mathematics, like I said, in business areas. And later on, I joined the International Astronautical Federation, where actually I play a role in the Space Entrepreneurship Investment Committee. You know, ladies and gentlemen, there is some things where we call information. They say, we used to say the person who has information has power, right? So having information is good, but now use these informations in a specific area that will propose you or push you forward is something as well good. So as working on those, in those institutions, I understood something really important. So that's where Cosmo Lab Hub, which I found, came from. But before understanding and going deep into those space environment, you have to understand like how is the same things like how artificial intelligence or all those matching works. So it's like we have like a car. You have a perception. The car might look on something. What is the best road to take, in order to hit something, and so on. And to learn, so we have today automated cars who can drive you from a point E to a point C without hitting anything. So that's the same thing. Next slide. So I will skip all those stuff. So that's the same thing about space as well. Space there is two sides. There is what we call upstream applications and what we call downstream applications. The upstream application is about launch pad, satellite in orbit, and so on, who floating, collecting information, data, and send those data into downstream. The downstream is what we call about Earth observation data. There are Earth observation data principally which we use to develop applications. Previous slide, please. Previous slide, so they can. Yeah, here. So all those things are different application or opportunities, because I'm here to share opportunities with you. I don't know. I don't care, no matter your background. So there are different side or corner or side you can look at to play a role, a specific role. As Cosmo Lab Hub, we have an edutainment content platform which called Cosmo Lab Magazine, where we develop edutainment content such as comic book, cartoon, video games, in order to demystify and apply to space industry. So next slide, we see something quickly. So those are different things different area that you might see. You might apply those knowledge that we see previously. Again, next slide, I can't go deeply in all of them, but something that I want to highlight, which is really important when we talk about Earth observation data. One is agriculture. We heard about agri-tech before. So agriculture, have accurate data in agriculture is really important, because you use those space data to build a solution that farmers will use to know when they can do a crop at a specific place with a specific tons of harvesting. The same things apply to digital economy. As a digital economy at Cosmo Lab Hub, we have a solution called Aconta AI, which we use satellite informations to solve problems into informal market sectors. We know today there are, in Africa, over 80% of informal people or businesses are informal sectors. So we use those data in a real time to solve problems and develop solutions to those people who are non-literate, to use applications and in their local languages to be, in order to get them at a legal market, right? So the next slide, we see another one, please. So we can see in education perspective, we have different applications as well, sectors that we can apply to. So something really important that you have to keep in mind there, which is being an expert in space is a common good. And we are not going to Mars or Moon to stay there. but we are going there, over there, in order to understand well and better and keep safe the earth. Which that's the important message that you have to keep in mind. Next slide, please. That you have to keep in mind. Next one again. Yeah, and then next, few of them. So no matter where you are in this area, either as a data software developer or as a system engineers, as innovation entrepreneurs and so on, you have to understand a cybersecurity or developer, cloud developer or consultant. All those stuff that are expertise or domain are applied into space, because since the beginning I'm talking about data, I talk about upstream, downstream, collecting information, selling those information to people. So we require a different expertise to work in those domains and generate a lot of money, because there are a lot of money there. So to end, please, next slide. So at Cosmola Hub, something quickly that I will mention and highlight about Cosmola Hub is today we are two legal entities. We are an association, while we are a corporate. The association, which stands for Cosmola Hub Association, is the corporate responsibility, corporate social responsibility of the enterprise. So we are, please, next slide, you will see something. You have to scan, you can scan this code, this QR code. We have a link that will drive you to our portfolio. So the association is an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem of different background of people who work in different projects in order to develop their skills, to improve their skills, develop their talent, and be hired by the corporate, the society. So what we do, we are a community over than 150 people actually working in those areas. So beyond degree, something really important for me in beyond degree is not only, yeah, of course, you have a degree or diploma in a domain, but look beyond the areas where your skills have to be applied into. Not specifically look at the domain to work in the domain that you attend into at school. So which is really important. Secondly, you have to understand how to get the opportunities quickly. So because opportunities are everywhere, like I said, and you have to understand them. And thirdly, you have to work as a volunteer, not only purchase money, please. Money, of course, but search understanding people, entrepreneur mindset, how they work closely to them, learn from them, and then you might be hired quickly and fastly as you can imagine. Thank you so much, and pleasure having you. Any question, perhaps? Or not? Thank you once again.
So thank you very much for that, Mr. Samuel. So we're going to move to the last panel session, moderated by Glory. Please put our hands together to welcome Glory to the stage. Please, can we keep clapping till he gets here? He's not here yet, though. Should I let you guys keep clapping on?
Sorry, I know you guys are tired. But for our last session for the day, it's going to be a very interesting one. Very, very interactive, and trust me, won't take as long as you think, but very, very insightful, trust me. I'm going to be calling on our panelists. We have two panelists. We have Damilola Opaniro
And funny thing is, our two panelists, they are bearing the same name, so they are namesake. We have Damnola Dania as well. Please, can I have you on stage, please? So when I'm calling the two Damnola, what of the other question? Oh, we are waiting for. Sorry, can we please get So while we are waiting for her, we can just just go on with some, let's say, random questions while she joined us here. I think she's on our way. Please, let's give her a round of applause, please. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So she is from TS Academy. Yes. You can see it obviously, and you are
Africa Agility.
Africa Agility. We have some scholarship out there. I believe you guys must have actually gotten the link on our Slack. They are our sponsors, so they deserve another round of applause, please. So for it to be very, very easy for us, I'm just going to we have two Damlolas on the stage, but I'm going to be using TS Academy and Africa Agility, to separate. In logic, they call it separation of concerns, right? So that we won't be confused. So for Africa Agility, my first question for you is, Africa Agility is known for high impact, gender specialized model. Beyond just teaching code, what is the core philosophy behind choosing a gender-focused, cohort-based approach, and how does this environment accelerate growth differently than a general self-paced course?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Please, let's put our hands together for ourselves. We've been doing good. I don't understand French, but I hope you guys can just catch up. If there's interpreter somewhere, they can just do some interpreting for you. So let me first say this, that Africa Agility is not just for girls. Our framework is 70-30. That's what we'll do 70% more female, right, than the male. But our flagship, AGIT Academy, is strictly female. And the convener, Adedo Insola, is our alumna. So let's put our hands together for her. We're so proud of her at Africa Agility. This is really amazing, right? Our structure, to your question that you asked, that why are we, what's the idea behind our strategy? There's this saying that says that when you empower a woman, you empower a nation. Yes or yes? Yes. It's a man's world, but the women run it. Yes or yes? Yes. Abina, it's a man's world, but we the women we run it, Abi. That's like goes. So that's the mindset behind it, that when you empower a woman, you have empowered the nation. That's why we are that gender specific, to make sure that we have more female-prone tech experts coming out from the African continent. And the approach of the courts that we use is so that we can build a community around these people. If Doi were here, I would have asked her that. I'm sure she still keep up with her court, and that's like way back to 2021, and she still have contact with them. If that were a self-paced style, it's not usually easy to achieve that community and that camaraderie whereby you can always reach out and talk to each other. So that's why we go for the court-based at Africa Agility.
Thank you so much. Since Doi is an alumni, you can see the confidence. Maybe a week where you just let them know that no, you have to believe in yourself. That confidence.
Yes, of course.
From the alumni.
Yes. So there is there's a soft skill we do for them also to help build their confidence, right? Because these people are just coming into the space, and they need that push because. Just like I think Sam was the one talking, was showing us all of those places where we can get those training. It gets tiring for we that coordinate. get to weeks 4, week 5, I want to just tap out. So just imagine the people that are in class. So there's that continuous and consistent follow-up to make sure don't give up. There's a late-term languages in Nigeria, and I will give up.
Fuck off.
That's it. So
Thank
that's
you
what
so
I say
much
to
for
the
that.
queens. Yeah.
Yeah, that was spot on. So yeah, for TS Academy, my question is, tell us about the TS Academy ecosystem. Once a student joins, what kind of hands-on support do they get to ensure they don't just learn, but actually build?
All right, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So at TS Academy, one of the things that we do to ensure that, like you said, before week 5, people are getting tired. So we understand that a key thing for people is motivation, right? And so we ensure that our students build in public. I can give you a challenge right now. You can go to LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and search for TS Academy online. First thing that you're going to see before you even see us is you see probably 1 or 2 or 10 or 100 of our students sharing stuff that they're building. What happens is that once you do that, once they can start building in public, it gives them some sort of confidence, right? So we encourage that. It gives you some confidence. I'm doing this. Now, you're not just counting on yourself. Your parents aren't just counting on you. There are lots and lots of people counting on you outside. And that way, we find that people can build motivation. So it's interesting that these things are not things that we're necessarily even doing for them. It is something that they're doing for themselves. All that we do is just to make sure that we continue to encourage that building in public. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Building in public is not actually easy, trust me. But for the scholarship that are out there, people have been asking several questions about, oh, is it physical, is it virtual, like?
Okay. So for TS Academy, our classes are all virtual. So live classes, they're instructor-led. We have classes twice a week, 2 hours per class, and it's all virtual. I really loved what Dami said about ensuring that people continue and how they can't do that with self-paced classes, because it's true. Sometimes you start a self-paced course and you can't finish it. So what we do is it is cohort-based, right? You will come to class. You have other students who come to class with you. You have an instructor who teaches you. And this way, you know that you're always showing up to learn at every point in time. It gives you more of a motivation to finish.
Thank you so much. How about from Africa Agility?
The question again.
Yeah, I mean, people are asking, these sessions, are they physical or virtual? I mean, the classes.
Okay,
and
so
the
our classes are virtual. So we are in about 54 African countries. That's like everywhere. So there's no way we can have a physical class for everybody.
Yeah.
Investors time. Let me just pitch, Abby.
I mean, trust me, they know about Africa Agility. If any of them have actually checked out the landing pages and more information about it. So now, but I think that clears. I mean, the here, it is virtual, and it is very important for you to attend classes. I mean, yeah. So yeah, one general question, right? Tech is very hard. Trust me, I can relate. And there's this. I want to say automatum that I normally give people 3 months. Don't worry. Is either you are in or you are out. So now I'm going to ask, why is choosing a niche early so vital to a student's long-term determination, and how do your platform help them make that choice? You can go first, yeah.
Okay, so I'll say that it's always good to pick a niche because the tech ecosystem is broad. You don't just want to just come from every door, right? And I will use the story of our convener as an example. So when she's currently a global, I think she addresses herself as global PM online, but she didn't start with product management. I think she had done front end. She had done a bit of that, and then she checked, and that doesn't suit her person. Then she went to PM. So I will take from what 24 said. He said, do it quick, fail fast, and then do it again. And it's true, most tech training, at least for beginners, in about 3 months, 90 days, you can actually have a structure and know if there's something you want to do or not. I'm a non-coding person. I don't do codes. I don't know if anybody can change my mind here, right? But I don't do code. My brain just starts going zzz, right, when it gets to that point. So just find your own niche. Know what it is that fits your personality. We can see I'm a talker, and I like to meet people. I like money, she's my babe. Finance girl, I like money, right? So if you know you're that kind of person, you don't just sit in the computer and you're typing like this guy. No. So that's my take.
Thank you very much. What do you have to say to that?
You know how people say, "Oh, my colleague has said it all." She really has said it all. But just because I need to answer, it's the fact that you need to niche down early because it's important for you to fail early, like you've said. But we always encourage for people to test out a lot of things, right? Do a bit of research, but also don't follow the crowd. So we see a lot of people saying, okay, AI is the future, and then they're going to take an AI and automation course. And tomorrow, I mean, everybody from Nigeria realized that there was one point in time where everybody was doing product design. And then there was another point where everybody was doing software development, right?
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't follow the bandwagon. It won't work for you. I was speaking to somebody outside and I asked her, she was looking for a recommendation to go into tech. And I'm like, what do you currently do? Because sometimes within your current passions, you find what you'll be good at, right? There was somebody who said she's really great at managing people. I'm like, okay, product management might be good for you because you would think you're managing a product, but you're literally managing the people around the product. And this is how it works, right? So niching down early, doing all your research, finding your passion, and then just sticking to that would serve you better in the long run. It's better than finding today doing software development, tomorrow doing another thing, and doing another thing, right? However, it's really good to put this caveat. If you've started something and it doesn't work for you, you don't have to stick to it. You can switch. You can fail fast, you can fail early, just like she said. Thank you so much.
So, thank you so much for that. Please, a round of applause for the two answers we've gotten from them. I mean, you can fail at any point. That is just it.
Fail fast.
So, one last question. It's not like a question, but an advice for anybody planning to like take maybe one of the scholarship we have out there, or check out Africa Agility or TS Academy. So what advice are you going to be giving them? And if you've already failed at any point, what advice are you going to give? So she can go for TS Academy, yeah.
Okay. I feel like I just gave my advice, but I would say that it's still along the same line. Don't be afraid to fail. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there. Some of the things I've said today is how a lot of our students build in public. And for lots and lots of people, first thing that comes to their mind is, okay, so I'm looking like a beginner. Like, everybody now knows that I'm just trying this thing out for the first time, especially when you're not, you know, maybe you're not just out of the university or people have seen you do different things. But I think that fear of failure really just holds us back. So I'll just say courage. And this is not aspire to perspire. This is something that you definitely need in your everyday life. You need to be courageous, right? Sometimes the first step that you need to take is just apply for the scholarship. Second step that you need to take is apply yourself into it, right? You will get tired, I will tell you firsthand. You will get tired, it will get rocky, you will be done, and you'll be looking for internships, and maybe you find something and you probably not like the job in the first place. It would get rocky. So I'll just say, be courageous enough to be able to pull, go the entire mile. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Back to you.
Okay, so this is what I would say. I want us to leave with this. If you don't take anything away from this conference, tech is a large leveler. The way I put it in my word is, tech is the new oil money. Remember when we first saw oil in the world? See the way people were going crazy? Tech is the new oil money. It can change the narrative. You can go from 0 to 100, right? So, and thankfully, you are in a generation where you can enhance that. I think Lord Sam said he started using Computer Village. I don't know if they are Nigerians. So if you know what Computer Village looks like, yes. You understand what we're talking about, that tech is a big leveler. It can change the game for you, right? And at Africa Agility, you are giving everyone that is at this conference access to Cisco Networking Academy. So for those of you that want to be another Lord Sam, another 24, I think when he was talking, he mentioned Cisco Network Academy. So we have a partnership with them. If you go to www.africaagility.org, you go to programs and you go to Cisco Network Academy. When you click it, You'll see options of courses that you can do for free for everyone that's here and those that have left. Just let them know. I think Decode Benin will post it on their page as well. Right? Take the courses. At least that starting point. Take it. And it's okay to be overwhelmed. Trust me, everyone at one point or the other in their career have been overwhelmed. So give yourself grace, right? Like I said, now who give up? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That was very, very insightful. You can see that it is not just motivational speech. No, we are not here to motivate. I mean, this is real life. This is reality. And trust me, they are talking from experience. And we can see evidence. She mentioned doing, and there are some other people out there from CS Academy and Africa Agility. So trust me, the link is out there. Please grab it, send it to your friends, send it to your enemies, please. Let everybody register and, just shoot your shot. It is very, very important. Thank you so much.
And it has a timeline, oh.
Yeah.
Yes, you have like 3 months access. Caveat. Thank you.
So thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for honoring our call, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that amazing session. Please clap, put your hands together again for them. So our next speaker for tonight is Mr. Alphonse. We're going to call him Mr. Alphonse. Please put your hands together as he comes.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Vous êtes encore là? D'accord. Très content d'être devant vous ce soir. Je suis Alphonse. Mais au moins, je viens de Bitcoin Benin et de Flash. Qui ici veut avoir quelques Bitcoins? Who would like to get some Bitcoin tonight? Anyone? Okay. Good. Good. So, one question before we start. Si je vous propose 80 millions de Naira et un Bitcoin, qu'est-ce que vous allez prendre? Un Bitcoin? Ah ouais, why? Okay. So, ce soir, je vais vous parler rapidement de Bitcoin Benin. Qui est une organisation béninoise qui travaille à l'éducation autour de Bitcoin de façon générale. Donc on organise des événements, des meet-up pour, disons, éduquer les gens autour de Bitcoin, comment ils peuvent utiliser Bitcoin et comment ils peuvent également développer leur carrière dans l'écosystème Bitcoin. Je vois certains de mes éléments, ça fait plaisir. Là, le... Coming? OK. Pour aller rapidement, je peux vous dire par exemple notre site c'est bitcoinbenin 1.0. Qui a déjà entendu parler de Bitcoin Benin ici? Bitcoin Benin 1, 2. OK. Ouais, bien sûr. Donc pour avoir plus de détails sur Bitcoin Benin, vous pouvez aller sur bitcoinbenin.org qui est notre site où on partage tout ce qu'on a comme information. Donc, de façon générale, pourquoi on travaille sur Bitcoin? Pour ceux qui ont des détails, Bitcoin est une infrastructure, un écosystème qui permet d'envoyer de l'argent de façon globale, sans passer par des intermédiaires. Donc, on peut l'utiliser pour envoyer de l'argent à n'importe qui, n'importe où dans le monde. Si par exemple je suis ici et je souhaite envoyer de l'argent à quelqu'un en France par exemple, je prends juste mon portefeuille, je lui demande son adresse, il m'envoie, je vais dans mon portefeuille et je lui envoie simplement. Et il le reçoit en quelques secondes. Donc, Bitcoin représente pour nous autres qui sommes en Afrique et particulièrement en Afrique francophone un moyen d'accéder facilement à un système financier auquel beaucoup sont exclus, c'est-à-dire peu de personnes de compte bancaire et les solutions technologiques qui existent, on n'en a pas beaucoup également à notre niveau. Donc, Bitcoin peut également représenter un outil qui protège notre épargne. De façon générale, par exemple, quand vous épargnez en fiat et tout, il y a l'inflation qui vous fait une bonne partie de votre épargne au fil des années. Bitcoin est un système déflationniste où la masse monétaire est capée à 21 millions. On n'aura pas plus de 21 millions de Bitcoin dans le monde. C'est donc un système dans lequel on ne subit pas de l'inflation. Donc ça peut nous servir d'outil d'épargne pour épargner de peu d'argent que nous avons également. Ça ne vient toujours pas. Donc dans ce contexte, on voit ces utilités-là, on se dit voilà, nous en tant que jeunes, on a fait la découverte de la chose, on l'utilise. Et donc on a décidé également de créer un environnement dans lequel on partage ces informations-là. D'où on a lancé Bitcoin Benin, qui est donc une organisation open dans laquelle on organise ces événements. On a principalement 4 activités qu'on organise. Il y a les Bitcoin Meetup qu'on organise chaque mois, ici à Cotonou, qui consistent à des rencontres de discussion. On peut prendre juste un sujet autour de Bitcoin de façon générale pour expliquer ce que c'est que ce sujet-là, discuter entre nous. On peut prendre par exemple le wallet, ici par exemple je viens de dire tout à l'heure, qui veut recevoir des Bitcoins. Et puis vous allez dire tout le monde. Si je vous dis, ok, envoyez-moi votre adresse, certaines personnes ne seront pas en mesure de le faire. Donc on peut prendre un sujet dans ce sens par exemple pour se dire. Donc il y a la partie inclusion financière où Bitcoin nous permet d'accéder à un système financier auquel on est exclu. Il y a Bitcoin qui nous permet de transférer facilement de la valeur dans le monde entier de façon générale. Il y a Bitcoin qu'on peut également utiliser comme outil d'épargne pour protéger notre épargne. Il y a également Bitcoin qui nous permet de développer des talents. Il y a des gens, par exemple ici au Bénin, qui ont pu participer à certains de nos programmes, qui par la suite se sont retrouvés au Salvador pour participer à des programmes là-bas et tout, et bien d'autres qui arrivent. Next, please. Donc on a donc lancé la communauté pour éduquer, connecter les gens et permettre aux gens de facilement lancer leur carrière dans l'écosystème. Voilà en gros ce que Bitcoin Benin fait. Next. Donc comme je le disais, on a 4 programmes. Il y a le Bitcoin Meetup, le Bitcoin School, BitDev, Cotonou et puis Bitcoin Mastermind. Donc avec le Bitcoin Meetup, on fait des rencontres mensuelles où on discute de façon générale. So about Bitcoin Meetup, we have it monthly where we discuss about Bitcoin. We can take any subject about Bitcoin, how we can use Bitcoin in our daily life, how we can access Bitcoin, which platform we can use, how we can set up our wallet, and any discussion about Bitcoin, we can do it. We also have Bitcoin schools. So Bitcoin schools are 3 days events where we take people from knowing nothing about Bitcoin, from having the basis, anything they need to start using Bitcoin. So last week, for example, I was in Boycon, a city in Benin here, where we have a Bitcoin school out there. And even today, another part of the team is in Parakou, another city of the country, having another edition of the Bitcoin school out there. Donc, le Bitcoin School, c'est plutôt un programme de 3 jours pour aider ceux qui n'ont pas grande notion sur Bitcoin à passer les bases et avoir les nécessaires qu'il faut pour commencer par utiliser Bitcoin dans leur quotidien. Après ça, nous avons le BitDev Cotonou qui est plutôt orienté développeur. Donc, les jeunes développeurs qui sont ici et qui souhaitent utiliser Bitcoin ou commencer leur carrière dans l'écosystème, ils peuvent rejoindre les BitDev Meetup. Et enfin, on a le Bitcoin Mastermind qui est notre conférence annuelle qui arrive chaque année. Et là, on a la prochaine édition qui sera du 3 au 5 juillet à l'hôtel Golden Tulip, le diplomate de Cotonou. Donc, ceux qui sont intéressés peuvent nous rejoindre. So, BitDev Meetup are opportunities for young developers, software engineers to start their career in Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin Mastermind is our annual gathering about Bitcoin where we may discuss, connect with other people like how we're doing here. So the next edition will be in July 3 to 5 at Golden Tulip, Le Diplomate Hotel. So for anyone who would like to join us, you can go to btcmastermind.xyz to have any information about it, and bitcoinbenin.org to learn more about Bitcoin Benin. Thank you, and maybe see you at Bitcoin Mastermind. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to welcome TS Academy to come and tell us something. They have something for us. Thank you. Please put our hands together as we welcome TS Academy. Which kind of that? I'm not encouraging how. Are you encouraged? Say no. Please put your hands together again for her.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Oluwadamilola Okpaniyo. I'm the head of brand and communications at TS Academy, and I'm very excited to speak to you all today. Are we all having a good day? I know we're tired, but I think we're almost done. All right, so I'm going to share a presentation, and it's called Why Should We Have Blockers? Now, I'm going to start first with a story. And if you are Nigerian, or familiar with Nigerians, you know how this goes. Okay? So story. Let me hear your voice. Story. Once upon a time. Okay, great. So I'm going to tell the story of somebody called Fola. We're just going to run, and then when the presentation comes up, it comes up. It's fine. I'm going to tell the story of somebody called Fola. I'm going to read through an email that they sent to us, a LinkedIn message that they sent to us. So Fola started a product management course at TS Academy in November 2025. Now, February 2026, they completed their coursework, and then in April 2026, Fola had secured a product management job. So let me read out this email from Fola. It says, "Good evening, Chimdima." By the way, Chimdima is a product management tutor at TS Academy. Trust this message meets you well. First, thank you for pouring out yourself in us, the product management Phoenix cohort at TS Academy. Great, you can see that. As you started the class weeks back, I didn't wait. I kept on learning all I could and saw a role that looked like a PM role, but was labeled as a business innovation lead. Redacted, I'm not telling you the name. To cut the long story short, and most importantly, to the glory of God, I got the job. Please clap for Fola. And I'll be starting on the 14th of April, 2026. I thought to share this with you to also encourage you that all you do is not in vain. Thank you, plenty. So this is, like I said, this is Fola. Fola is was a student at TS Academy, enrolled in the product management course that took 3 months, and then already has a job. So quick. Okay, so remember that I said, why should we have blockers? So let's do something. I want show of hands. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Have you ever started a tech course and then you quit after a few lessons? Show of hands. Okay, great. Have you ever tried to break into a new field? You already know that, okay, this is what I want to do. You've tried to break into a new field, but you were not sure where to begin. Show of hands. Okay, great. I see a lot of hands. Finally, have you ever felt alone in a new career path? Okay, I hear yes, so thank you, my people. These are the blockers. These are the blockers that stop you from getting into tech. Or you get into tech and you're stuck somewhere. These are the blockers. Now, what I'm talking about today is why should we even have these blockers? So moving on. Now, TS Academy, and that's where we come in. TS Academy has a solution to these blockers. What we currently run is we have a community-driven digital and tech skills platform. And our entire goal, the entirety of our goal, I kind of say my goal in life, is to ensure that so what we do is we try to make sure that you can stay consistent. Remember the blockers we talked about? So you can stay consistent through peer support and you can finally transition into income generating opportunities. How do we do this? We offer all these courses, right? So our courses range from cybersecurity to AI and automation. You want to take a picture, you can. You can check our website to learn about the different courses that we offer. But if you are thinking of getting into tech, we're very likely offering a course that works for you. All right, so moving on. Now, we spoke about blockers, and then I'm telling you how we're going to solve those blockers. First blocker is funding. All right, so we know that a lot of people want to get into tech. They're not sure how to get into tech. Sometimes you know exactly how to get into it, but the money is too much, right? So we offer funding. At TS Academy, we have a minimal application fee, and then we also have up to 100% tuition-free scholarships available for you. We know that a lot of people want to get into tech, they don't have devices, so we also have a device support program where we provide laptops, data, and phones for people who want to get into enroll into our training. The next thing is accountability. So we have live classes. Remember when I was speaking about motivation. We have live classes. They're held twice a week. They are recorded replays. Now this schedule exists for one reason, to make sure that you're motivated. Finally, we have community. We have a community of students just like you, learning the same thing that you are doing, so that you're not learning alone. You must never be alone in your tech learning path. So we have this community. Now, all of this ensures that you can get tech without blockers. So if you are starting in tech, if you're pivoting in your career, or if you are validating the skills that you already have, TS Academy is for you. So here's what you do. Be like Fola. Don't wait. Keep on learning all that you could, all that you can. Finally, if you're looking for a sign, this is the sign. So go to scholarship.tsacademyonline.com and you get access to scholarships, 100% tuition free, so you're not paying anything to start learning tech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to call on Quicks. They have something for us as well. Put your hands together as we welcome them.
Good evening, everyone. My name is James Sidowu. I'm the lead developer at Transfix Technologies. We have a product, and I don't want to bore us because I know we're already tired. It's called Quicks, and we are solving 3 major problems: exchange between currency pairs, cross-network transfers. For many that are in Benin Republic and many African countries, you know that it's not easy to move money from MTN Momo to Celtics, from Celtics to Move. You'd have to go to an agency, withdraw, and then deposit to your number. So we are trying to cross that to cross the problem. Then also we are solving the problem of regional transfers. You want to send money from Nigeria to Ghana, to Togo, to Cote d'Ivoire, Cameroon, and so forth. We try to bridge that gap, and the app is available on Apple Store and then Android. So it's very simple. As a matter of fact, our charges is not really that much, because we try to send money from Move Benin to Move Togo. You know how much they charge. So for people that have tried it, you will know. So the app is available. You can also try it, because I don't want to bore you. Normally I prepare the slide, but because time is gone. The app is on App Store, like I said before. You can also go to gettwix.com, and then we have a stand outside. If you have more questions, we are there to take it. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, bonsoir. First off, I actually had a closing remark, but unfortunately I can't find it. So I would just speak from the top of my head. First off, I want to say a very big thank you Decode Benin is literally the first of its kind that has happened here in Benin Republic. And trust me when I say that it's a lot of load, right, for one person to carry. But before I go ahead to say the rest of the things I want to say, I want you to please help me give a sounding applaud to our sponsors. Whatever it is you see here could never have happened without Products Dive. I can thank you for believing in us. Thank you for believing in our vision. Thank you for taking the bet on us. And thank you. Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Thank you. And I want to thank Money Point, of course, for supporting and still believing and still ensuring that, you know, we can get more talent like myself, right from Benin Republic. I want to thank Sobebra. I'm sure everybody here had water and drink, right? All thanks to Sobebra, they were able to get us that. I also want to thank Comtel. Unfortunately, they could not make it today, but they've been a huge support and a huge part of Decode Benin 1.0 happening today. And lastly, Kia Pay. You've heard from a few of their staff, right? So I want to thank our sponsors and not leaving out our partners. They're in number. So before I go on to call the partners, we're going to take pictures with the rest of us that are here, right? I know we were behind schedule, and I sincerely apologize for that. But we're going to take pictures. The rest of us that are here will not leave, because what will I show? What will I show the people that actually invested in me? So you will help me. You will support my career, but because I'm supporting yours. So we're going to take pictures just right here, right? And then we would take pictures with anybody that you want to actually take pictures with and just network before you leave. So I want to thank our partners that supported us. There are a lot, but I'll try to remember all of them. From the GDG communities that we have here in Benin Republic, GDG Abomekalavi, GDG Paraku, Bitcoin Benin, that you've heard from, Swaply, Kia Pay, Quicks, right, that you already heard from, Africa Agility, TS Academy, and many more, right? So thank you so, so much for believing in us and believing in the vision. And we promise that there will be another edition, and it's going to be a lot more better, a lot more standard, and it's going to be of high value, more than this. And fingers crossed, there will be more merch and more gifts to give, right? But aside the event, before I go, I want to state that Decode Benin is not the event. I need to state that. Decode Benin is an initiative, and it is consisting of, we have goals, and it's consisting of things like community gathering, like we have like this. But most importantly, it consists of programs, right? Cohorts, things that we want everybody to get impacted, we want everybody to get value. So from our different learning partners, Product Dive, if you want to be like Akitunde, or if you want to be like, I cannot say you want to be like me now because I'm still on the way to blowing, but if you want to be like Akitunde, please, you must not leave here without having to go to Product Dive, join their community. They have a lot of things in store for the Benin Republic ecosystem. So if you're not already in their community, or you've not gone to like make inquiries on how to enroll, you're actually missing out on a lot. Let me just state that, right? And then for every other persons or every other people that, you know, want to learn things like cybersecurity and a lot more courses actually that we want to learn how to code, you want to go into the no-code part of tech. We have scholarships, which we're going to actually announce. We asked some of you to fill a form. We've gotten responses. So in the course of the week and, you know, in the course of before this month ends, hopefully, we're going to announce the scholarship winners and we're going to like grant them the scholarships. Please, I beg you, when you get it, go ahead and learn with dedication, because it's a lot of investment, and your testimonials, your success stories, the impact and the value that you get is what makes Decode Benin successful, not just this event, right? This event is just a small fraction of Decode Benin and its goals and its vision. So please, when you get it, go ahead and learn, right? And from there, you get to grow in your career in the tech ecosystem. So don't make it a waste, and please just join our community. Thank you so much for coming, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, so we can actually just all come, and we would have to take pictures together. Okay, we should go outside. Okay, no problem. Sorry, before we all like come out to take pictures, all my amazing speakers, please can you come, like, just come outside, please. I know you're tired. Yes. Glory, please call all the speakers. Yeah.